I don't know what happened. I don't know why we blue screened, but we very blue screened. It just knocked me right the heck out. So we are gonna jump back into this. I'm gonna give Ariel a couple of seconds because they said that there's a new version they need to upload. So welcome back in, everyone. I apologize. Jiminy Christmas. Woo. All right. What am I doing? Oh, geez, I'm so out of my game right now. I need to reset everything up real quick. Come on. Stream avatars. There we go. Get that going. Okay, good. Camera settings are back. Okay, yeah, it wasn't even like my computer overheated or anything. Super weird. Super duper weird. Okay, connect. Then there we go. Okay, what's happening? Earthrail, thank you for the follow. Despite all of the wildness. Okay, we're back. YouTube is back. Twitch is back. Good. Great. We're here. Okay, here we go. We're gonna jump back in here. IP thing should be fixed now. Okay, I have no idea what you're discussing. Let's jump back in. Okay. IPs thing. I don't even know what you're talking about. Okay. Whew. Oh, I like that we don't have like the whole boot up sequence if we've already been in it before. That's nice. That's very nice. So, IPs. There we go. They're the good IPs. Banned source IPs. Oh, this is so harsh. 242.16.190. Like, if I weren't streaming this, I'd be screenshotting all this. Or writing it down into a text file so I could copy paste things. 120.194.203.175.172 195.181.138.0. These are the bad ones. And then we got the good ones, which are 176. Oh, man. So I would say this is a lot of busy work to force on people at the very beginning. But also, it is incredibly reinforcing of the theme, and I don't know I'd want it to go away. Maybe just have like a simple, like, training tutorial. If this were like a full version, right? If this were a full commercial release, maybe have some sort of introduction to say, look, this is what the game is like going to be when you get in, and we'll kind of guide you through the beginning part. And then get you into the treasury, but I don't know. I don't even know if that would be the right call. Like, it just might be an experience that is hostile, and that's okay. That's by design, and the joy of the game is in that hostility. This is a really interesting one for me. 29.46.1, and then we'll do it. Good check mark. So those are the valid IPs. Okay. So I can go to sizes now. Oh, we've actually already done that. Okay. Packets. Day not started. Open. Malform command. Time. End. Okay. Cool. Set. Settings. Right. Set was my shortcut that I wrote down. Volume, range, 0 and 1. Turn it on or off. Okay, very, very old school. Let's dig in. I'm very trepidatious about it. Like, as a player, I feel very nervous about starting this. Remember your training. What training? That's very generous to say I have had any training. Server's running smoothly. Okay. No packets. Okay. little alert there. That's good. So open 0? No. Darn it. Shoot. Open X9. Oh, and the like mix of upper and lowercase too. That's so rude. Oh god, this is awful. Source address 242.16.190.203. That's on the banned list. No. Delete. X9PQ2. Ah! Packets. Open W40HE. 114. Okay, that's not on any of the bads. Our destination 243415243. That's good. Executable. What's your size? And the size being so below is so rude too. Instead of the size being next to the type. Oh no, that's still going. Okay, 10,000 and 500,000. And there's no commas. That looks good. Except, wait. What time is it? But what day is it? Isn't it the 1st? Is this coming from the future? Except W40HE. Oh gall. Packets. Okay. Open. LT? I'm gonna guess that's an L. Okay. 249. That's not on the banned list. Destination 50326621. That's looking good. Text. So we're looking between 20 and 100. It's looking good. Payload we don't worry about. I'm going to accept this one. Oh gosh. Open BNC. This is so stressful. 242161990. And most of the stressful is because I know that there's like this paranormal thing that's coming. It's been hinted at, and I really don't want to see it. I've got really heavy avoidance there. Wait. 0630. That can't be right? And it's on the bad source address one. Delete BNCMH. Why do we have so many bad packets coming in? I think this is an Ender's game for a company you think you're just playing a game, but you're really working for free. Oh, shoot. Open A1S7R. 61, no. 33, no. Video is between 20 and 100 and a million? 20, yes, that's looking good. Except, so is there a consequence for, oh no, we've got ads. That was a bad one? Oh no. I'm assuming that from the thing. We gotta keep going. This is a live time one. There's no way to pause. There's no way to pause this one. Okay. I can't type it anymore. There we go. Open 9UMBK 62139105 okay, delete 9UMBK packets. Open QTNMR 81, no. 196 164 111 15K. An EXE can go up to 500,000. That's way bigger. QTNMR, get out of here. What? But she's huge. What? Okay. Server is struggling, oh gall. Open NIY4B. 114.19. Okay, that's fine. 0. That's not on the good list. It's a command? We don't even... Oh, we do. And it's... Okay, so we're going to get rid of this one. Command minimum is 5. So delete NIY4B. Good. Great. Okay. Packets. No. Packets. Packets. Open. UUU 07R 229. Okay, that's good. 243 415 243. Okay. Text is acceptable. Okay. Accept. UU07R. No, not Y, 7R. What? Why? Okay, it's in a bad shape. Okay. Good. Yes, good. Still in a bad shape. Okay, packets. Where are we at now? Open. I totally just threw stuff at the wall to try and get the list down, and it ended up working. We got good guesses. 243 415 243. Okay, that's looking good. An EXE. 365,241. That's good. Accept S8Q75. Good. Packets. I1GK7. Open. I1GK7. 242161902. Okay, great. We can just delete this one outright. These ones I really like because I can validate them on the very beginning status. Packet. Oh god. Packets. Open 90 O, capital O, capital T, capital I. Oh god. Normally you don't want to do stuff like that and have those similar characters, but it makes perfect sense in this world, and I don't like it. 201 1462. Okay, that's looking good. EXE. What size is that? 294,100. That's good. It's not made in the future. I'm gonna call this good. Good. Okay. Packets. Dude, it's only 12. So Earthreal, thank you so much for the follow. Oh god. Yeah, here's my Miller's Law. Okay. Packets. Open HIWKZ. 234 and then 243 415 243. Okay, that's looking good. EXE. I think that's too big, right? Yeah. Delete. HIWKZ. What? But it's too big. The packet size was too big. Maybe I have outdated information. Maybe that's the problem. Sizes? Do I have the right sizes? Yeah, I totally have the right sizes. Why are those failing? Okay. Open KUXKM. I think another thing that I'm starting to feel is like, I don't know how many is too many to have in the queue at once. I get the feeling that more than 2 is probably bad, but I don't really know. Okay, the IPs are looking good. Audio size is looking about right. Accept KUXKM. Good. Open JNXRO. 230, no. 50, yes. 3266219. Okay, looking good. Video is less than what? 98,000. It's less than 100,000. That's looking good. Accept JNXRO. Okay. Open QEQGW. 217, no. 196, 164, 111, 15. Okay, good. Executable. 117,000. I think that's okay. It's not coming from the future. Great. Packets. Open DJ TMZ. That sounds like a real DJ name. DJ TMZ. Okay, IPs are looking good. Audio 1690. That's looking good. It's not in the future. Packets. Gosh, right. Okay. Oh, jeez. You really, I mean, even with a written down reference, it's so hard to, like, remember the specific things. BZJJ. What? What is that last character? Open BZJJ. L? There we go, L. 242113? No. 13.151? No. That's also not good. I'm going to delete it. BZJJL. Good. Listen, if you already know what's right and wrong, then why are you asking me to do it? You do it, game. Okay. ZVJSP. What time are we at? Open ZVJSP. Man, these days are so long. It is so high stress for so long. 176 222 187 151. That's looking good. EXE at 200,000. That should be fine. And it's fine. Okay, so accept ZVJSP. I'm finally figuring out how to like incorporate the time. Okay. Golly, there's so much. ZCIEL. Good. Okay. 34. Dang it. 176 222 187 151. Okay, that's looking good. And then the packet size. That's the thing that really gets me. Is like that's the thing I have to evaluate a ton. And then okay. Accept. ZCIEL. Good. Packets. Open HNJW7. 195, 181, 13. Okay, banned. You're forever banned. It's deleted. HNJW7. Okay, packets. It's so mean. You have to go back to the menu every single time. CPHCP. From the year 2656, you are mega time traveler. We're gonna delete you without further discussion. Okay, we're getting a handle on our queue here. Jeez. Once again, way from the future, we can just delete you. Why are we getting things from the future? Are these hackers or is this like more? Open 9T QMA. Oh, that's reminding me of Y2K. That was a whole big thing when I was in school. Okay. 137, no. 196, no. Packet size for audio, looking good. Okay, 9T QMA. Packets. Open 7ZVLB. What time are we at? 3. I love that you can see both of those at the same time. That's really good. Time is looking good. IP 178, no. 176, 222, 187, 151. Okay, good. EXE 225, 601. Yeah, that's just fine. That's just fine. Get on in here. Zivlb. Good. Okay. Open. 178K, 201, 1462, 202K. And then packet size 455. That seems big for text, but it's fine. And it's not in the future, so accept. Okay, good. Open 60SBW. Time. What are we at? 4. Getting close. Getting close. 214. No. 62.29. Earthrill will be right there with you. Oh my gosh. 4691. And then executable 240,000. Okay. Okay. Time is looking good. Accept. 6OSBW. Okay. Okay. Packets. Open. LEZKW. Okay. What are we at here? Source address. No. Destination. 222187. Yes. Okay, good. It's not in the future. It's a video. 227,000. That's fine. Accept. LEZKW. Good. Okay. What are we at here? Oh my gosh. GWBMF. 77. No. 196. 164. 111. Okay, good. Audio 540. Yes. Okay, so I'm starting to organize a way to like get through these quicker in my head. We're gonna accept this, and I'm realizing packet size needs to be the last thing that I check. Packets. Open. JSSPG. 62 139 105. Okay, delete. JSSPG. Packets. Open. BPY7N. 60. No. 243 415 243. Good. Time. Looking good. And then it's a command. It can be up to 50. That's fine. Accept. Yeah, it's brutal when you have to accept something because you have to go through the entire range. Like, and that's such a intentional or not horrible statement on like the workload put on people that like the doing your job well is the hard thing, and then like accepting things is hard. Getting rid of things is easy. Okay, 146, no. 196, 164, 1. Okay, that's looking good. Time is looking good. Audio at 1,299. That's just fine. Except 7J0LO. Okay. Packets. Open. XKEZ7. Status. Time. Barely alive. Perfect. Okay. K. Status. 222187K. Time. You're not in the future, so text is less than. So that's okay. Except XKEZ7. Packets. Open. XKEMA. And then it's a shoot. I forget my own order. 242 16190. Okay. Delete. XKEMA. Packets. Open. ZLNVR. 214. No. 5032662119. Not in the future. Audio at 5,000? That seems like a lot. Delete ZLNVR. Okay. And I'm starting to develop like a sort of a sense about it, which is kind of interesting. CRBKR. Not in the future. 195, 181, 1380. Good. Delete. Okay. Packets. Open. LZBH3. Time. 242 16 190. Good. Delete. You're out of here. LZ BH3. You love it when it's the first thing you look at. Open. We're getting... Okay. I feel like I'm starting to get a denouement. Like, things are slowing down a little bit. I'm catching up on things. This is nice. Also, why is the server barely alive? Why is the server alive at all? That doesn't seem right. 243-415-243. And then time is fine. Command, yeah, okay, accept. D413E. Packets. Open. YA5Y6. 242-16190-213. Banned. Delete. YA5Y6. Packets. Oh. Open. FGZZK. 242-161. Man, you're hitting us hard. This same IP has been hitting us a ton. Whoa. What? There are no packets. There are no packets. What? Is that all the content that's built out, or is that a bug? Okay. Whew. All right, let me take a moment to catch up on chat. Holy cannoli. Okay. I feel nervous watching you, no kidding. Packet ooh. Alicios, welcome in. Good to see a coding version of paper, please. Yeah. You may be confusing executable with command. Oh, maybe, yeah. I've yet to implement events in story. It's gonna make it even spicier. Bad UX the game. Both fascinating and anxiety inducing, I agree. Holy crap. Charge $100 per hour to do that as a job. Doing that for like 5 minutes was disastrous. Oh my gosh. Oh god. Okay. Technically it's a bug, but also each day is 15 minutes. Okay, so you should probably stop here. Okay. Whoo, Ariel. Ariel, friend. Let's talk about this. Oh my goodness. Let's grab our Octalysis from the other day. This was my guess as to how that game was going to feel when we went over the GDD. We're going to change some things. Whew. Meaning? Very high. And it can go much higher. It can go much higher once you like build out that story and everything. It's really going to be intense. It's going to be a thing. The empowerment, it is very low, and that feels right. This is one of those times when you intentionally break one of these rules in order to create a better experience. Social influence, I am going to say it's, well, I don't know, kind of horror-y, but it's not jump scare. So I'm going to actually put it somewhere in the middle. Unpredictability, crazy high. Avoidance, desperately high. Scarcity, very high. Ownership, yeah, not a ton. Accomplishment, yeah, getting to the end of that day, I was like, okay. All right, type sound. Oh, no. No, what? Holy cow. Ariel, I'm kind of in love with this. I'm not going to lie. I love it. It's great. I hate every part of it in the best ways. No, I did not close the game. Yeah. Wow. So I kind of love it. I don't know what else to say. Game feel, I think this is a really tricky line because you're intentionally making it very difficult, right? You're intentionally making me write stuff down. And I started to realize there is a correct order to evaluate these things in. There is an objectively better order to evaluate it. you check against the time, because that's really easy, right? So if we go start, and we'll jump into a packet as soon as it comes up here. You check the time first, because that's easy. That's very easy to keep in memory. And then you check your banned IPs, and then you check your approved IPs. And then the very last, you check your file types and sizes. This part here, it felt a little long because I didn't know like if I was supposed to be waiting for something or I was supposed to find something. That delay for the first packet to come in, I would recommend either making that shorter or have some way to communicate to the player that you're just waiting, and that's okay. Like, waiting is fine. So yeah, definitely I started going down here first, and then up to the source address, and then the destination address, and then packet size, and then audio. So like the type was like the last thing that I ended up checking. The sound effects, honestly, are all feeling great. I didn't feel anything was way out of balance. I think you did a good job balancing the audio. Like, I want to see more. I just want to see it more. I want to see that story built out. I want to see hear all that wackiness of the gunplay, and like when you know, maybe as your health goes down for the server status, because I'm assuming that's what that was. I didn't quite make the connection that server status was health. I thought server status was going to be related to how many packets were loading in. So I was trying to do everything in my power to keep that packet number down, and I'm realizing that that may not correlate. Packet number may be something other than like your health. Incorrect command could be different, could be Matensis. Welcome on in, good to see ya. Thank you so much for the follow. So I'm kind of curious what's going to happen if I leave this open while we talk about it. But, yeah, so give me a little bit more feedback that I'm waiting at the beginning, and that's okay. This is kind of my time to ease into it. Let me experience the world more, right? Like, as you are failing and as the server is failing, because when I heard the, like, machine gun firing and going off and everything, I started to think, okay, so, like, do we have a security team running over to the Stargate? Like, are we weakening the dimensional barrier between us and hell or something? And Doom Guy has to rush in and try and save us all now? Like, it would be cool when you fail to hear, like, a bwah sort of a thing. And you kind of do. Like, if we do reject YR26S, or delete YR26S, that's a very system error sort of a thing, but it's not like a paranormal thing. So I'm not getting the hints as to, like, what is happening. And I want some way to know what is a small and what is a large amount of packets. That was another thing I was feeling during the game. It's like, And so this is weird because we have a ton of packets, and then we have a perfectly running server. So it's hard for me to like map this into a reality, right? And you are saying this is a reality. This is having effects on the real world. So you have your server health and you have the packet load. And I'm trying to understand how those two relate to what is physically happening outside of the play space, right? Did the game just breathe at you? I think so. That's so disconcerting. Oh my gosh. But I do love that. I love how those spinning plates, we talked about those in the previous critique, right? Oh my gosh. These spinning plates you have going, how they reinforce each other really nicely. Because not only does it pressure me to keep going, it forces me to probably make mistakes. Like, I really don't want whatever is scratching at the door to get in. Very Five Nights at Freddy's, right? Oh man, that's awful. Just some quick feedback on that last little sequence there. It sounded like there were kind of two different states of footprints. One was like far away, and then one was like immediately right next to me, and that there was a long walk to get close, right? So it felt like it teleported from like 50 feet away to like right next to me, and then the final like death sound um isn't quite punchy enough for me, right? It almost sounds a little comical. Um, oh gosh. Which is intense because the whole time you're like really high tension, right? Your dramatic tension cycle is through the roof all through here. And then when you fail, instead of it kind of going up and up and up, you fail and you get this kind of dip and then dunk, 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 and then clunk. Oh, okay. You coded it to increase volume with each step. I mean, remember, I'm wearing multiple hats. So, and I'm doing it on speakers. I'm trying to talk to everyone. So it could be maybe I'm missing it. Maybe it's not obvious enough, or maybe I just missed it. I don't know. Man. I mean, then we start getting into nitpicky stuff, which is kind of outside of a game jam most of the time. Is just I need a quick way to restart here. But Ariel, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of love this. This was deeply disconcerting to me. I did not have a comfortable time playing this at all, and I think you did exactly what you were hoping to do. Also, be because you have a slight pitch shift too. Could be. Yeah. Or like even the breath, you know, sneak the breath in between the final step and the boom. Just but then also, you know, the boots and stuff feel a little weird to me because I'm kind of conceptualizing demons or ghosts or something, right? And so like the heavy combat boots feel a little bit out of place to me. And it kind of makes me start to question, right? So it brings me out of the verisimilitude that you've established. We have the Demon Catcher version 3. We have, you know, You'll Witness redacted, you know, all that sort of stuff. And now it's like, oh, it's just like a guy. Or is it like a ghost with combat boots? Because that's not really how I'd like conceptualize it necessarily without visuals. And so when I start hearing that clunk, 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 I admit it does kind of flatten out a little bit because my brain is thinking, wait, boots? Is this just like Steve the security guard? Like, what's going on? You failed your quota, employee. Yeah, for real. Holy cannoli. Okay. That was Packet Overload. Ariel, is there anything else you wanted to talk about or you wanted to kind of get any deliberate specific feedback on? Put the link in the chat for that. I already think this is great. Alistio says you might consider adding an extra layer of stress as more packets pile up with some sort of visuals to let the player know there is an urgency to clear these out. Yeah, I agree, Alistios, of like, because that would be the feedback of this is a lot of packets and this is not a lot of packets, right? Ariel, I was thinking if you overload the server, you meet the less than ideal fate, and crushing it is more catastrophic. I'm not totally sure I understand, Ariel. You were planning that, yeah. Yeah, I know you were. I know you were. Cool. Well, there you go. That is packet over. Oh, crashing. Got it. Crashing it is more catastrophic. Okay. Yeah, if you could... I didn't necessarily know that it was crashing. I just thought it was a generic game over. So if there was a way to, like, validate that visually, that it is a crash, you know, it's a blue screen, or the characters start, like, swapping out, or, you know, okay, and this is all, you know, it would be cool if, right? When we talk about the dangers of it would be cool if, right? But it would be really cool if, like... all of a sudden, text started overflowing on the screen all over the place, and the glyphs would swap out for some sort of Cyrillic, you know, language instead of English and stuff, and get really funky. As the server fails, you could add screen shake. Could be. But yeah, man, I really enjoyed that. That's Packet Overload. Thank you so much for submitting that for critique. Let me know if you have any other things you're looking for to get out of that. We've spent an hour already. Goodness gracious, we got to get moving. Aria, that was great. I think you can kind of observe all of my reactions that I had there. And take that. Listeners, overall, great idea. Would love to watch streamers play it and what their reaction to it. But I would not play it myself because I can't stand playing stressing games and horror stuff. But I'd enjoy watching other play it for sure. Yeah, I agree, Alistius. Want to do that, but I had to finish basic mechanics. Of course. Yeah, of course. And like I think that's to the credit of where you've gotten so far. Is we're talking about that level of polish and that level of detail. It's very impressive. I'm not gonna lie. You've bashed this out in that short of a timeline. Very impressive. Very impressive. That's a pretty good octalysis graph. I'm not gonna lie. Those are some high points all over the place. And empowerment being low is on purpose. That's pretty good. Okay. Right on. Let's move to GameMaker 2D Fighters, who submitted their prototype. And I have it downloaded. Oh, wait, no, hold on. He sent a new version. Let me grab the new version.
To level 1.
No, go away, tutorial. Okay. Let's open this up. And all right. Extract. Here we go. An unexpected error is keeping you from copying the folder. Interesting. Cancel. Hold on. Let me it might be because I have like old versions extracted here. Let me delete all the old stuff and then extract the new one. Yeah, 2D Fighters, it's not letting me extract. I'm getting errors when I try to unzip it. Yeah, any version you've sent over today, I can't extract 2D Fighters. I don't know if that's because I don't have WinRAR, or if it's because there's some problem. I don't know. Let me see if I can do it in 7-zip. There we go. I think 7-zip got it. Yeah, no errors. We're good. We're good, 2D Fighter. It was just Windows was not, WinZip was not liking it, but 7-zip worked. All right, let's throw our music back on while we get this loaded up. Okay. Whoa! Hold on. Where are we? What is... Okay, hold on. Transform. Fit to screen. And move above Chrome. Okay. We're on the right track. No. Where are we? Come on. OBS, what are we doing? There we go. Got it. Okay. Here we go. This is, honey, I think I sent the baby to the wrong grandparent. Not based on a real life story. Not true at all. But about an alien who sent their child to Earth on accident and is trying to not go insane while they try and get him back. So we've got this lovely 2-bit aesthetic. Very cool. Right out of the gate, I think that the enemies are maybe a little low contrast. The eyes help me out, but the eyes are kind of the only thing that I'm tracking with that dark background in the background. Oh, and hold on. I am like way big for this. Let me shrink down. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. All right. So we're looking for growth from last time played. Okay. So if you remember last time played, it was kind of just like you can jump and there were those teleporting things. So now we have a lot more built out. Obviously, we've got some enemies running around. We've got a lot more platform times. Got art put in. We can press S to go down and J to jump and A and D. Okay, so we've got some like on-screen tutorial. That's nice. Okay, so we got our one-way platformers. I know you've put a lot of time and effort into 2D Fighter. And we've got this kind of pseudo UI up in the left that is tracking our sanity level. And it's really hard to see. Of course, it's not a finished UI, but that is going to affect kind of like how well I can read, because you have all of these layers of greens. It's really hard to track things. So jump up, jump up, jump up. Oops. Excuse me. Now, I don't know why. There are a couple of weird things that are happening that I don't know why. So that chip isn't colliding with me. And it looks like jumping doesn't cause my sanity level to go up, which is interesting. Oh, darn it. Sheesh. Hold on. I want to try something real quick. Whoa, darn it. Almost got it. You can jump as soon as you spawn in for a lot of height. Debug not supposed to be there. Okay. All right. You don't see anything moving? Oh my goodness. Hold on. You're right. Let me fix this. That's so weird. Let's try that. There we go. Okay. Yeah, thanks for letting me know. That's very strange. Okay, yeah. Validated. Good. So yeah, this guy. Oh. So the hitboxes are just a little bit weird. Okay. So I was jumping up and trying to get that one on the floor, and I was definitely clipping into it, but I wasn't picking it up, and that was confusing. Kind of interesting with the arrows kind of showing you where to go. This is an interesting idea for a tutorial level. Oh, you can jump on enemies. Oh, snap. Was that the insanity level? So you get color added when... Okay, so it's not... So it's like a one-way platform, these things. You have to go at it from a certain angle. I'd like some sort of visual indicator. Some sort of visual indicator to say, like, what direction you're supposed to approach from. I know we have the arrows, but it's kind of hard to miss those. Oh, jeez. Okay. Let me jump on this guy. I don't know why I'm killing all these other aliens or why these other aliens are trying to kill me, but we're doing it. Controls look floaty. They are a little floaty, but that could be fine. You're an alien, right? You're in space. So floatiness isn't necessarily bad as long as it feels good. And it does feel very precise. There we go. I got both of them. It might actually feel a little too precise, I'm not going to lie, where I feel like it's really easy to make contact with enemies on accident. And if you only have one life, that's pretty rough. Oh dear, here we go. You have to get the Game Boy before you can get the game cards. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. So now controls are rough. Like I move forward in this sort of jittery, like sort of way, but I can maybe cheat the game a little bit. Am I supposed to kill these guys? Like, does that do anything for me? Oh, we have a new level. So I'm assuming by getting all of the chips that... Okay, now I know I need to get the oh, geez. Okay. So now it's a puzzle, right? I'm going to restart. I'm going to kill myself and restart. This is now a puzzle, which I like. I like this. That first level, now that I've figured out you have to get to the Game Boy first and then do all these other things, very clever. I don't know what the difference is between the different chips and like why some of them are lit up and some of them are not. I feel like that's probably significant and I don't know why. So how do I get to this upper rightmost Game Boy while moving the absolute least amount? So we don't start teleporting all over the place. And I think since like it doesn't seem to count verticality into it, I think this is the best solution. Okay. Now, where do we go from here? Because we have this splitting over here, and I'm assuming we have to jump in and then come out and then jump in and then come out and then jump in. Although I can't really see the floor in here. So we have to do all that, which is a pain. We can grab all of these en route, but then we need to get this guy. So it might actually be faster to drop down, grab this, and then swing up, over, grab these, up, over, and then do this section and pick up the rest. That might be the game plan. So this is now a pathing game, right? This is a game about efficiency and movement. Up and down, okay. Left and right, bad. Okay. Do you mean like up and down, okay, left and right, bad? Oh, in terms of sanity level. Gotcha. And I also, just because of how the UI is right now, it's hard to kind of... Oh. Why did I just die there? I don't know why I died. I mean, this is obviously a huge step forward from the last game, right? The last game was kind of like... It was hard to even really understand because it was missing so much. This is now, okay, this is quite clever. I really like the concept. I think we are, we have a game here, right? Okay. Down. Oh no, wasted movement. Grab that. Okay, good. That was a pro gamer move. Okay, pro gamer. Okay. Good. Jump. Yeah, it's hard for me to tell like how close it's a similar problem to Packet Overload had, where like I don't know how much is a lot and how much is a little of sanity level, right? Jump up top, you kill them. If they hit you from the side, you die. Yeah. It didn't, that one time, it didn't feel like I got hit from the side. It felt like I landed on top. But I mean, clearly the game knew something else, but I didn't perceive that. Okay, that's a level. Ha, we made it through. Super cool. Okay. Honey, I sent the baby to the wrong grandparent. Let's talk about this. Yours is right here. Okay. Let's grab this. We had a lot of hypotheses based on the old prototype, right? I'm going to start labeling these. Packet overload. Boop. And then this is, honey, I sent the kid to the wrong grandparents. Okay. So we had a lot of different thoughts here, right? We were kind of brainstorming different ideas, and you came in and said, yeah, like all these ideas you're brainstorming, I've already thought of and I plan to implement, which is classic critique. Okay, so, meaning, yeah, you want to get your grandparent back, or your kid back. It feels a little weird collecting Game Boys. That brings it to feel a little more juvenile. I might actually bring it down a little, but like, I mean, nothing crazy, right? Empowerment feels a lot better. You got a really quick restart in there. That's good. I'm going to drag this up a good amount. The controls are precise. They are floaty, but you have a lot of control over them. So I feel very empowered, and being able to like pick out my route as I move around, that was very clever. That's the thinky part of the game for you. So you have this like double phase of the game almost, where you plan out your route, do your route planning, and then you move on to your and this is your thinky bit. And then you have your execution, which is the platforming. And this is the twitchy bit. So it's kind of fun. It's almost like chess boxing in that way, right? Like you're engaging both sides of your brain in this really interesting way, and I really like that. It's not just about reacting to things. It's not just about twitchiness. Like you really start to think through things, and you get really, really careful about all that. Social influence, I think that stays there. Unpredictability. Once we have a UI in there, I think that'll help a lot. But I think unpredictability is kind of mid, and not in the best of way. So because once again, the UI is going to fix a lot of this, right? It's unpredictable when I'm going to start going into Insano style mode. And it's a little unpredictable for me when I'm going to get hit. There were a couple of times in there where I was like, wait, I didn't feel like I got hit by the side. I felt like I landed on top of them. So that's kind of a game feel thing. I'm not going to lie, I don't super know the answer to that. You probably do, though. You'll probably be able to figure that out. Avoidance, I hated those little aliens. Those little guys sucked. And you're constantly living under this fear of that sanity level going up. And I really like that, because when you go into that insanity level mode, it's like, you better be inches away from the finish line, because you are not going to be able to do very well without that. So I'm actually going to keep avoidance there, and I think it's a good avoidance. I think it's a strong avoidance. Scarcity. Yeah, I mean, you have scarcity in your time, right? I only hit insane level like once, or twice maybe, but it feels a little low to me. It feels like that might be more dangerous, or like really reinforce this route planning bit, right? Like, I need to figure out what is the way forward, and then execute on it. And I think increasing that scarcity might incentivize and make that route planning feel even better. Ownership, yeah, it's about the same. Accomplishment, I think it's feeling pretty good, honestly. When you beat that level, you do feel pretty good. You have successfully planned out the route. You did all the platforming, and I was gonna say I don't like that you die instantly when you get hit, but now I'm kind of thinking it's important for that feeling of accomplishment, at least early on, because that is that's what drives so much of that feeling of accomplishment. It's like, yes, I got it. Like, if I had 3 lives, I could probably do this all really quick. And I think this is you have 2 different sides to the game, right? You have your route planning and you have your platforming, but the dangers for each are also different. For the route planning, the big threat for that is your sanity meter. And you're trying to plan your route out so that you're avoiding needing to deal with that. And then when you're platforming, you have hazards and enemies, like pits and your enemies. And if you made this so that you had 3 lives, the danger from those enemies goes down so substantially that your feeling of accomplishment would go way down. And I think you'd have to like do stuff really heavily on the route planning side to compensate for that. So for me, it's feeling like kind of a balance of these 2 things as a part of the game. In fact, it might even be kind of fun to do, once again, it'd be cool if, right? Just thinking about like how to meld those 2 together and increase that empowerment. Like, I almost want a planning mode to the game where like I can jump around and see how much it would increase the sanity meter if I took this route. But you have the super quick restart. It's level based. It's not a roguelike or anything. You don't restart the very beginning of the game. So, maybe that's not all that important. I don't know. So I like this. I think, if we compare this to where it was at before, like, it's gone up quite a lot. Like, empowerment got shot up way a ton, and accomplishment got solidified in a pretty good space. Unpredictability got drawn down in a good way. And scarcity is established okay, and ownership is about the same. But you've definitely shown a lot of growth in several very key areas. Yeah, I really like it. I've been rambling for a little while now, 2D Fighter. Is there anything that you wanted us to like talk about, or to zoom in on, or get some thoughts on before we move on? Hat Tower, Blades of Doom. We'll go up to 5 hats. Okay. Got the double chin strap today. That's how you know it's serious time. That's how you know Critique Day is here, when you have 2 chin straps. Okay. Woo! I'm sure we've blasted through a couple of ads. I have not had my Twitch dashboard up like I should. I apologize to everyone. We normally pause during ads. Okay. Right on. No one thank you, Kay. Awesome. That's it. Great. Well, 2D Fighter, that was, honey, I think I sent the kids to the wrong grandparents. Thank you so much for showing that. Absolutely phenomenal. Thank you, thank you. Okay. It's beautiful, Blades. Well, I'm glad it's points well spent. We're going to move to Narvin now, who may or may not be here. I hope he is. He's looking to get feedback on his prototype, which I believe he sent to me on Discord. No, he's not sent it to me on Discord. So is it in the Share Your Work channel or the Game Jam channel? I know he's done this somewhere. Or did he add it as a submission? Is that what we did? Jack, no, okay. Yeah, Narvin, oh, you are here, okay, yeah, how do I, in the Share Your Work, okay. Ah, there we go, got it, perfect, thank you, appreciate that, Narvin. Okay, all right, Narvin is looking for feedback on how to play, can you figure out how to play, and does the base idea feel intuitive or understandable? Also, any suggestions to make the basic idea more playable and fun would be amazing. Okay, interesting, curious. I'm gonna bring myself back up because I'm the youngest child in my family and I have an ego. So, we gotta get big. All right. Can you figure out how to play? Does the base idea feel intuitive or understandable? Any suggestion to make the basic idea more playable and fun? Okay, so Narvin, since you're here, I'm gonna ask you some questions. You say, I wanna make it more playable and fun. That tells me you feel like it's not that. Can you maybe give me some insight into what you're hoping to accomplish and why you feel you may not be hitting the mark as hard as you would like to? I enjoyed your puzzle game. It was pretty interesting and easy to understand. Nice. Very cool. Very early and uncompleted build. A simple memory game made for the Foxhollow Jam. It's weird seeing that, I'm not gonna lie. Use the map to solve the puzzles by memory. Use the map to solve the puzzles by memory. Okay? WAS to move, spacebar to pick up and drop keys. Okay. Okay. Cool. Let's make it happen. Memory overload. Whip. Made by Narvin. Start quit. By the way, good typography here, right? Good, friendly, bubbly sort of font. Oh, well, let's banish the chill beats. And bubbly typography, and you're restricting yourself to 2 different styles. It could have been very easy to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different typographic styles. Good job, you restrained yourself to 2. Well done. Okay. Good signifier on which button you have active. That's good. So since the description says spacebar to pick up and drop keys, I'm assuming that I press spacebar to interact with the menu. Enter, apparently. So I'm going to move around. We've got a timer on screen. Oh dear. Can I hit walls? Yes, I can hit walls. So, whoa. Okay. Map room contains the answers. That feels very cryptic. It's not that I feel it's not fun, more that I don't know if other people will enjoy the idea. Okay, great. Yeah, let's take a look. So that was weird to see that pop in. Map room contains the answers. I don't understand. But oh, we're getting more tooltips here. Returning to map will reset the room. Oh, hold space to pick up keys. So our keys, that's a key. Okay. I like that little feedback when you try and drop the key and you're not in a spot for it. That little, that's good. That's good. That's a very implicit error state. Oh. Okay, I assumed when that happened that it was going to stick with me and that I can't just drop it anywhere. So now I understand as soon as I hit space, it drops it and then starts vibrating for the little, millisecond that spacebar is held in. Okay. Drop key on switch to open. Is this the switch? Can't line up. There we go. Yes, it is. Add a hat, Cubist Dev. Okay. Okay. So we need octopus. So we've reset the room. Is the door gonna close again? It is gonna close again. Okay. Map room contains the answers. So I'm thinking I need to move the green to the far end. And this does not feel like I'm moving it where that map told me to go, but I'm liking the squish animation on it. That blue squish was nice. Very abstract, just juicy, feels good. It feels nice. So we've got green and red. So green. And then we've got, oh, okay, and that unlocks red. And then we can grab that and put that here. Okay. And those positions lined up more with what the map room said. So now that feels better. I'd like to have maybe some sort of visual signifier around the map room to say this is the map room. I don't know if it's going to get complex enough where you're not going to remember what the map room is or not later on, but just some way to signify that it is. I think that would feel nice at the very least. Ooh, okay. And we're getting shapes. This is good. Okay, Narvin, this is good. So not only using colors, but also using shapes to assist in the memory. I like where this is going already. So red, green, blue. So we got red, and then we have green. Green? That wasn't on like a node though. Oh, now it, okay, I don't know what happened there. Shapes improve accessibility as well. 100% Blades of Doom. You're dead right. Yep, good call. So we have green. Oh my gosh, this is getting complex. So the purple there, little low contrast, right? That would probably not pass an accessibility checker. It's a little hard to see. I might bump up that purple a little. Simon Game Dev with the raid. Hello, welcome in. Good to see you. How are you doing? I saw your submission, by the way. I saw the video. Welcome on in. I can't wait to test it out when it's time for playing it at the end of the jam. We are doing critiques of people's games right now. This is Narvin's submission. It's this cool little puzzle game where you're having to walk into this room, see the solution to the puzzle, and then remember it while you move forward. This is a lot to start keeping in memory. So we need green in the middle, blue in the bottom door, and then purple in the top door, and then orange in the bottom right. Okay. Green, blue, purple, orange. I'm going to try and remember this. Simon, how was your stream, by the way? So green here, blue on the bottom. Yeah, this is one weird thing is just the nodes that you drop them onto don't seem to match up with the map room perfectly. Okay, got it. Hey, good. Woo! I had to like lock that in my brain and then just go. there was no room for like cognitively processing it. It was pure just visual, instinct there. Okay, so we have like a force field around the green ball now. We need to get green down to the bottom and orange to the top and blue to the right. Okay, orange, green, blue. Okay. I'm kind of ignoring the doors. Like, it's good to know, I guess, that the green will open this door and orange will open that, I think. But I'm not, I don't have enough bandwidth to, like, process this. So I'm mostly focusing on shapes and then saying I'll figure out the walls later. Which is maybe not a bad thing. It may be totally intentional. I'm just saying what I am experiencing. The walls being squishy here is a really interesting visual juice. I like that. It makes the world feel more alive. I don't know how it's different from the other walls we've already encountered, or maybe I just never noticed that in other walls. Did I see your game and new video on it, Simon? Yes. Hello. I did. I was just saying I did see the video, and I love that I saw you drawing your own art. That was a concern I had from the first video that you posted. That was great. And yeah, right. That was a lot of confidence to title it How I Won. We'll have to see. Wishing you the best of luck. And I can't wait to play it when we go through all the submissions on Thursday's stream. So, okay. Orange, green, blue. We have orange available to us. Does this mean I can walk through it if I'm holding orange? No. I can't walk through it if I'm holding it. Okay. Okay, so that's a pressure plate. So orange, green, blue. Orange. Oh, but it can't be there. So, oh, geez. Okay, let's go check out blue, I guess. Okay, we don't have that. So we can move orange around. Wow, this is starting to get complex. Can I drop it there? No, I can't drop it there. Is that going to open a door? Some sound effect so that I could know that things are opening or closing would be nice, because if it's off screen, it's a little rough to like figure that out. It was for clickbait. I figured. I know the game. I know the game, Simon. Okay, so we've got blue, and that has disabled the green barrier. So green, orange, green. So green can go here, and then blue can go. I thought this room had orange, and then green, and then blue, and I'm realizing it was a room over. And I would go check that on the map, but I don't want to reset all my progress. Orange, green, blue. That was really satisfying. You beat the levels I made so far. Thanks for playing. Awesome. Very cool. Narvin, I really enjoyed that. I want to see a lot more. That was a very clever puzzle game. Okay, let's dive in here. Let's grab our Octalysis. And this is for, what's it called? Memory overload? Yeah, memory overload. Oh, by the way, let's throw that link in chat so everyone can go play it if they so please. That was actually very satisfying. I really like that. Memory overload. Overload. Okay. Whoop. Okay. Meaning. I mean, it's an abstract puzzle game. Meaning is not really the name of the game for abstract puzzle games. Empowerment? I felt very empowered. I felt, first off, there were no bugs. That was very impressive. At least none that I could really notice. So that was great. Felt very solidly built. Was this built in GameMaker, by the way, Narvin? This seems like the sort of thing that would be really easy and good to build in GameMaker. That's a really good project for GameMaker. It is. Okay, I was wondering. Yeah. I felt very empowered. I didn't ever feel like restricted or that control was taken from me, or I thought, oh man, if I could only just do this. Like the rules of the puzzle, I had room to play around with in a non-dangerous way so that I could actually like experiment and play around and come to understand the rules. I felt empowerment was exactly, dare I say, perfect. It was exactly the amount within the structure of the puzzle. Social influence, I mean, not a lot. It's a puzzle game. You might say, hey, I like beat this puzzle game, or hey, I want to see if you can beat this, but it's, it is fairly minimal. Unpredictability, very low. And I know that's by design. I can feel that that's by design. And I think that's the right call, because you are pushing accomplishment through the roof, right? I can imagine when you get into later levels on that, being able to keep that all in memory is going to be wild. That's going to be so hard. That's going to be a toughie. Even on that last level, or the one where I had the 4 different symbols, it was like, oh, geez. Because all of a sudden, you're not... I want to return to this. How many variables did we have to keep in mind here? We had... is there a reset? Is there a way to reset? Yeah, I can go back into the room. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then the positions of them. So like 7, 8, 9, theoretically, right? So that's like 9 elements. That's right on the tip end of Miller's Law. And so you started to notice I started to formulate mental shortcuts to reduce that load for myself, to say, I'm not going to care about the walls. I don't care about the walls. I'm just going to remember positions. And then I will figure out how to manipulate the puzzle in such a way that the positions start to make sense. Oh, I see now. Yeah, this is saying which wall will come down when you get things set up right. I got it. Okay. So even though you only have 3 shapes here, the amount of things I have to keep in memory is actually quite high. And the things that I have to deal with. So I took off the walls from my mental load to try and keep it a little more manageable, right? So like now I can go down and I'm not really caring about the switches. I'm just exclusively caring about how do I get the shapes into the right spot, and then I retain that in memory, and then I do the rest. I thought it was really good. I thought it was really strong. Avoidance, not a whole lot. There's no like way to die. There's not an emotionally tense thing I have to worry about. Avoidance is low, and I think that's fine, because the point of the game is not avoiding things. It's about mastery, and I think that accomplishment, especially as you crank that up, and the reason I'm not throwing it way up here is because I'm not seeing the later levels. You know, we're still obviously just on the 3rd level. So I think that would climb higher and higher and higher. Scarcity, yeah, I mean, kind of, right? You've got some well-established rules to this puzzle about you can only do X, Y, or Z things, right? You have to do something before you can move to something else. Ownership, like, this is my version of the game. This is my puzzle. Not really. That's fine. It's a puzzle. It's an abstract puzzler. Not everything has to be everything. So this is something kind of interesting, right? We look at packet overload and it's a lot higher on all these things, but I don't think this means that these are worse games. Like, you can have lower parts of each of these categories by design, and that can work. So I think that's good. I mean, actually, okay, unpredictability, I'll throw up a little bit because you don't know what's coming in the next level. And I think that actually does increase the unpredictability and does make you want to see what comes next. You're chasing that dopamine, right? You're chasing the dopamine from the accomplishment. And I think that actually does throw up the unpredictability. So, I mean, those are all my thoughts on memory overload. I really like it. I think you've got a very clean visual style that works. Like, you may say, look at this and say, oh, I'm not an artist, I can't build a game. Like, go do this. This is, I mean, yeah, Narvin clearly has a good design eye, but none of this is unreasonable to build. This is all very reasonable. So, with that being said, that's memory overload. Is there anything you wanted to give me any thoughts or input on? If not, we're going to go to the next game. You can think about it during the ads and let me know. We have ads starting in any second now, so I'm talking very fast. So, Narvin, let me know if there's anything you want to zoom in on. And then if there's not, when we come back, we'll move on to our next submission. Thank you so much for submitting for critique, Narvin. I appreciate you. We'll see you in just a minute. Okay, welcome back. Welcome back. Let's head back to our critiques. We have our very last submission for today, which was made by Stone. Stone has submitted a prototype. See, the dog wanted to come with me into the office, and then as soon as we're like in it, she decided, no, I don't want to be here. All right, come on. There we go, Artemis. Gonna head on out. Oh, apologies for that. Okay. Bark. Yeah, Blades of Doom, I agree. I want to see more multi-step levels for memory overload, absolutely. And I'm assuming those are coming, right? Because we're seeing that. And I would imagine with more content, it's going to start feeling really good. It's just, we're short on content. I just want to see more. That's it. Puzzle Maker, or 2D Fighter, puzzle games, let's go, that's right. Okay, Stone, Stone, you sent me a prototype. Here's the GDD, and you are looking for feedback on how to make it more fun. How does it feel? Small ideas that are easy to implement, easy design ideas. I don't really know what I'm doing, so non-complicated changes, especially in design. Okay, great, so let's take a look at the GDD.
What's up, gamers? Foxhollowgames.
What is happening here? All right, I'm taking a big risk, Stone. If you tear down this stream, first off, well done. You've infiltrated. You did it. Second off, please don't be spyware. Please don't be malware. Okay. Let me get, yeah, it just booted up, Simon. It got me really nervous, I'm not gonna lie. I was like, is this Simon hacking me? What's going on? Okay. Let me throw up this PDF, because you sent it to me as a PDF. There's a browser version? Stone is with me. I poked them to have a go at the jam. Okay, cool. Thank you, Cubus. Since I didn't have time. Very cool. The doc. Yeah, that's what we're looking at. Clear hats, Alistios. You got it, friendo. Oh. Behold. Hat hair. Right. Oops. There we go. All right. Let's check this out. Let's check out this GDD. So they're particularly looking for design feedback. And by the way, Cubus, thanks for encouraging people to join in. This is great. Okay, core concept. Try to fit as many chairs as possible. As many chairs as possible. Okay. Gotta be for your posture and neck, all those hats. Freaking hot. It really is. I have 1, 2, 3, 4 different lights in this room, and the smart thermostat is trying to be smart and saying, hey, it's like snowing all over the place. Let's pump heat in. I have to keep... No, stop, turn off, don't do it. Listen to me. Hal, I don't want this. Try to fit as many chairs as possible in the red area on the floor. Okay, I'm curious. The player can spawn a chair by pressing space or enter. Okay, interesting. With arrow or WASD, the player controls the position of a 3D arrow that determines the position of the falling chair. So this is like a claw game. Okay. That's my conceptual model. We have the claw, we're trying to grab it and then blonk and just have stuff not bounce around. Chair uses physics to land on the floor or other already dropped chair. If the, this may seem superfluous, but I'm really glad you call it out because it's important to do stuff like that because maybe there are obstacles that the chair shouldn't collide with, right? If the chair touches the floor outside the red area, the player loses the game. There will be different difficulties to choose from. The higher difficulty will be created by minimizing the allowed floor. Okay, so just shrink the area they can fall into. Sure. Harder difficulties must be unlocked by getting a good score on the previous difficulty. What is a good score? What does that mean? Planned difficulties, easy, medium, hard. OPT impossible. Optimized impossible? I'm not sure what that OPT stands for. Also, good that you're declaring what these are. It would be good to know, like, what are the score thresholds for each of them? And as well, how do we score? Game can be played until you lose / goes on infinitely. So I can play easy forever. That's interesting. That was weird to me, but I actually kind of like it. Future plans and ideas make levels with set goals and interesting allowed floor shapes. Yeah, I like that. You could get into like polyomino floor shapes or have floor hazards or like there's a trampoline over here. If you land on it, it'll bounce your thing around. Or there's, quicksand and it will have really high friction. It will stop the thing and it'll kind of sink it into the floor a little bit and create some interesting shapes. That you could really play around with that. I like that a lot. 3D design, minimalistic, clean design. Okay. Red area on the ground, pastel and or nude colors, soft lighting. By the way, nude for the non-artist, that just means like skin colored. Like, it doesn't mean anything salacious. Soft lighting, top-down perspective. I like soft lighting. I think there's a possibility for soft lighting in this sort of an instance to fail you, because you may need to really be able to see the different shapes of that chair, because chairs have very weird curves, and a soft lighting may not be able to communicate that to the player as well as a hard lighting might. But a hard lighting also might convey a different vibe than we were looking for. This seems like a chill puzzle game, kind of silly, fun, physics sort of thing. We'll have to see when we get in. Top-down perspective. Okay, this is another thing I was wondering about. Can we pan the camera around? Because once again, chairs are very weird shapes. They're weird shapes. And so being able to parse out how that chair is going to land onto a weird shape may require a more 3D sort of view. Optionally, decoration objects that make the surrounding look nicer and cuter. Sure, yeah, give some set dressing. Sure. In fact, you could tie that into the difficulties if you wanted to get really fun. Scribbling notes furiously next to me. Okay, good. That part isn't implemented yet, so no new difficulties for now. Okay, sure, that's fair. That's fair. Basic story. Owning land is very expensive, and you need to store your infinite identical chair collection. Okay, let's talk about why that's funny to me. Infinite identical. I think, okay, so one of the core principles of comedy, I got this from my film professor, who said, there are no universal rules for comedy. But the best one that I have heard is something exists that shouldn't exist. And that will either create funny or it will create angry. And so you got to be careful which one you do. And I think it's the mundanity of just a chair paired with something as insane and wild and whimsical as an infinite chair collection, and then identical just amps up the mundanity even more. Like, why do we have an infinite identical chair collection? It's two things that shouldn't exist together and yet do, and that just tickles me really good. Best story ever. Give this creator a cookie. So you tried to fit it in the land you... Why is that so funny? You have an infinite identical chair collection, period. So you try to fit it in the land you bought. It's just so straightforward and direct, like so matter of fact compared to that. I don't know. It's really hitting for me. Music. As of now, no music is planned. Okay. Info. I don't have an account on itch yet, so we'll put it on my friend's account for now. This will change later. Sure. I mean, that's fair. Okay. So what are some things that I'm missing from here? I need to know how we're scoring. I need to know score thresholds. I need to know to what degree of leniency and forgiveness are we giving the player? Is it if 1 pixel of the chair lands outside of that red space, is it disqualified? Or is it, is there going to be a bit of leeway and give? I mean, that's all documentation feedback, which you didn't really ask for. Design ideas we've been talking about, things a little bit, obstacles could be interesting. A way to really effectively visualize the space is something that I'm concerned about. If we're exclusively top down with an object that is as oddly shaped as a chair is, I worry about being able to visually parse things. We'll see. Let's dive into the actual game. We're gonna go to the itch. Peanut Cultist. Cubus. What on earth is that name? It's like 45-degree top-down. Okay, so then that should be represented in the GDD. If it's not a straight-up top-down 90 degrees, bird's eye view, then that would be good to clarify. What would that be? Isometric? Yeah, like isometric perspective. At a angle between any two of them is 120 degrees. Okay. Yeah, there's probably a better way to say it. But that's the idea. Okay. Owning land is very expensive. That's the vibe that I got from the GDD, is like, this is prime capitalism. Like, I have infinite chairs and therefore theoretically infinite wealth. I'm just I'm going to draw down costs. And I love that the harder difficulties implicitly are saying you are more and more curmudgeonly, and you're just putting yourself through misery to avoid spending money on more land. The camera doesn't use isometric projection. Okay. I made that itch ages ago, and the links would go dead if I changed the name now. There you go. You need to store your infinite identical chair. We are missing the identical, right? Identic? I don't think that's a word, is it? Is identical a word? Am I going to learn something new here today? Holy crap. It is an adjective that means identical. I had no idea. Constituting a diplomatic action or expression in which two or more governments follow precisely the same course or employ an identical form. Wow. We should therefore avoid identic notes, that we may make a concerted... I had no idea. Wow. That's a word. Okay. So you try to fit it in the period, and then this is so good. I love that. Okay. There's probably a better way to do this description. It feels a little back and forth. If we're talking like a stand-up comedian, they refine every single word and every single intonation of those words. So that's the level we're getting at here with this comedy, is like, how do we optimize even higher? It was a typo. We added the dictionary entry just now. Okay. All right, run game. So I remember from the GDD, I would love to have controls either here or on the screen, ideally on the screen, in the game environment. I should be getting taught how to play, but I know it's a game jam submission. We're early. This is just feedback. So chair count and high score. So given that it's chair count and high score, I'm going to assume that the score we're looking for is amount of chairs placed. And there's not going to be like, if this chair is standing completely straight up, you get like double points or anything like that, right? It's just going to be raw chairs. Oh my gosh. Oh, wow. Okay. None of that happened the way I was expecting it to. I thought the chair was going to land right here. Instead, it landed down here. So, something that could be done to help that is just a little drop shadow, right? A little circular shadow telling me where am I actually going to put this, unless you're going for a Phodian style game, where you want it to be deliberately frustrating. And you picked a chair shape, so I'm assuming you do want it to be kind of frustrating. But it's very hard to kind of pick out things now. So, okay. That? Sheesh. Okay. I mean, what happens if I just, like, do that? Okay. So I'm going to put a chair down. I'm going to put an... Oh, we lost. Play again. You died! Wow! That is harsh. You are gambling with dangerous forces. Buy the biggest land you can, man. This is like getting the infinite wealth for the snail that chases you constantly. Like, don't settle down. Keep moving. Don't take the risks, my friend. You were right about the claw machine, though. Normally, it's never when you put the claw where it will end up falling to you. Yeah, for sure. Intention was not Phodian. Okay. So I'm going to not move the arrow and see what happens. Okay. This is exactly what I would expect. That's good. And that's why chairs... Ah, there's the end state. Okay. That's why I think chairs are actually a really clever thing to try and stack. Because they're just such an odd shape that... they're such an odd shape that it's really hard to predictably deal with them, right? When you're dealing with physics. So I was expecting, number one, I was expecting the chair to come from the arrow. Instead, it's coming from like way up above and falling through the arrow. So I would kind of, I don't know, the camera angle I think is messing things up for me a little bit. Especially in that lack of the shadow and everything. Don't spam click, that's the meta strat. I know, that's exactly what I was about to say. It's like you can just do that and win, right? So this is kind of interesting because you have, oh geez, that's brutal. This sort of emotional tension arc where it starts off pretty simple and you're trying to plan out like, how do I purely like line it up like a grid, right? You want to grid this thing out as much as possible. Now, one thing about the 45-degree camera angle is that it makes it very hard to actually execute on that as a player, where I can't really do that. I can't place things precisely because that 45-degree angle is interfering with the control input method I have, which is WAS, right? WAS is up, down, left, right. I don't have up, down, left, right here. I have diagonals. So I have to combine up, down, left, right in order to move in a line in order to place things on a grid. So that makes it incredibly difficult, and you kind of can't really do it very well. I don't know if that's intended or not, but that's what I'm experiencing. Lost 50 over on YouTube Needs a Shadow. Yeah, we were talking about that. Now beat that score, I dare ya. So, you know, you kind of do your best, and you're in this somewhat low stakes space where your dramatic tension isn't incredibly high. Oops. Until you start making a mistake and accidentally press space when you don't mean to. Darn it. Yeah, that shadow would help a lot. But then it's kind of like reverse Jenga, right? Where like the first things that you pull are not all that bad. It's the stuff that comes later, right? Oh, they can fall off the edge. That's fun. It might even be fun to have like holes in the space that aren't out of bounds. So you can have like something fall into the hole, and then you know, it doesn't break you, but it does destabilize your structure inherently, probably, because it's going to be hitting stuff and moving them around, and you don't get the extra point. That could be kind of fun. Forcing you to take riskier and riskier positions. Okay. All right, let's go into our analysis here. I need to boost this up. Strat equals to a wall of chair around the edge, then fill the middle. Yeah, Listios. Add some bumpy terrain as well. Could be. Okay, so let's take a look here. So we have let's throw our lo-fi beats on now. What is that? Furniture overload. Is that what it's called? Furniture. Yeah, furniture overload. Okay. Here we go. Furniture overload. Cool. So let's talk about meaning. Once again, this falls kind of into the realm of abstract puzzle game. There's not a lot of epic. Well, okay, there's a little bit of story that I found very, very funny, but it's not like you're not gonna go out and become a Jedi. You're not gonna go save the world. You're not gonna go and find true love. It's like it's very funny. It's very tongue in cheek. I like it. It's appropriate for what is happening here, right? Empowerment is pretty low right now. You have the weirdness of chairs, kind of messing with things. You have that lack of the shadow and that angled perspective, making it really hard to place things. Become the ultimate chairman. I am become seating. Speaking of which, I am going to sit down. All right. Oh, goodness. So, if we have that empowerment there, I think a lot of it is intentional and good. I do think it needs some support, though. I think it needs a little bit more. We need a way, if the intention is not frustration, and the intention is genuine, like, dexterity and mental acuity and setting things up so that you knock a chair in just the right way so that it flips over and now you have another stable base to throw something on top of, right? Then I would want to see that a lot higher. Give me some more tools to visualize the space and predict how things are going to go. Social influence, I mean, it's silly, it's memey. That increases the shareability of it, but it's like, and honestly, it's very simple. So, I mean, very marketable, right? You know, I could see something like this being on mobile and a kid in class with their phone under the desk just tapping on spaces and dropping chairs. You know what? I can actually kind of see it. I can actually see it. Lo-fi is a little loud? Really? Really? Okay, let me bring it down a little. Well, actually, let me bring it down on my end, because I don't like very loud music. Okay. Unpredictability, incredibly high. You kind of never really know what's going to happen. That's both good and bad. And it depends on what it is you're trying to accomplish. This is why we talk so much on the channel about emotional beats, right? What is our dramatic tension arc that we're going for on this? What emotions are we trying to solicit from people? What is the reward emotionally for playing this game? I'm going to let you in on a secret. Nobody plays games for logic. They don't. Nobody does. You play games that are logical in order to feel like you're logical, to feel like you have beaten a puzzle. That is what games do. It's not about, and puzzles, all those sorts of things. It's not about the logical process. It's about the feeling of being logical. So really, you need to understand, what is it that we want people to feel? Because that is what is going to sell. People are going into things based on emotions. People make their decisions emotionally first, and then justify their decisions with logic later. Mobile might actually fit better for the verticality. I could see that, Cubus. So I think this needs to get drawn down in some ways, but then you could enhance it back up in other ways that really boost up the design. So this is kind of like a gray space. It's not really white. It's not black. It's kind of a gray. Avoidance? Yeah, I mean, you're avoiding getting out of there, and I will say this about it. When you are placing those chairs, right? What I was saying earlier is, like, you kind of start off pretty low. In fact, I would say it's almost a little too low. Like, you're dropping stuff down, you're feeling very safe, and it goes up a little bit when you drop a chair, and then it kind of goes back down, and then it goes up. And then every time you drop a chair, it doesn't quite go back down as far as it used to, right? In fact, that curve is probably off. It's probably more like this in terms of growth, right? It's probably not even like that. It's probably something like that peak getting exponentially higher each time, right? Where every time you're dropping it, it is like, oh no, you're like taking these leaps and bounds up, right? So there is a strong amount of avoidance in there. Every time that chair drops and it bounces in a way you were not expecting, it's a sort of moment, and that's powerful. That's really good. I like that. And then if it doesn't go outside of bounds, it's like, oh, okay, now what do we do? So I think that's a very clever idea, and it's very simple. It's very approachable. Very good. I think this could be amped up. Like, you were talking about different difficulty levels. I think you could even, if you wanted, you talked about this in your submission, your critique submission. You want easy design ideas. You could implement different materials. Like, I don't know what engine this was built in, but you could even have, like, you have your red space, but then if you have, a puddle of ooze. We talked about different, like, materials on the ground that are more bouncier, more absorbent, more frictious, can absorb the chairs. It could be, you have different types of chairs, and you kind of get like a Tetris preview, right? So like the next chair is this sort of grand armchair sort of thing, and the next one is like a big throne, and the next one is a folding chair, and the next, they all have different shapes and properties, right? It could be kind of interesting. Scarcity is actually kind of high, yeah, because you have that limited red space to work within. And obviously you amp that scarcity up with every new difficulty level. And I like that it's not just smaller and smaller, because that's a little boring. I like that it could be like polyomino and be different shaped. That's nice. I like that a lot. It would be cool. One thing about empowerment, if we wanted to amp this up for easy design ideas, once again, I don't know what engine this is built in. I don't know what it can and cannot do very easily. But if you could implement a way to like rotate the chair in some way before you place it, I could see that getting a lot higher, right? Now I feel way more in control of what's about to happen, and there still would be a ton of unpredictability and still a lot of avoidance and all that stuff. I don't think that would diminish anything at all. It would just make me feel more in control. And honestly, I could see it where you mess yourself up more than anything. But IKEA marketing campaign. I love it. Made in Godot. Okay, got that nice physics material. Yeah. I had to learn how to use that too. We're on that same journey. Grid system overlay that can be turned on or off, could be. And honestly, Elysius, you're kind of getting me thinking about things. If we're talking more easy to implement ideas, what about because I'm thinking about how can we increase empowerment. What about power-ups? So like, oh darn it. Figma, sometimes your tab behavior is so weird. What if we did like a grid power up, right? For the next 2 drops, you can see a visual grid. That could be kind of fun. You could have a sticky chair, like start modifying attributes of the chairs. Sticky chair. You could have, you could go the opposite direction and have hazards, right? You could have like a strong wind is blowing. You could have a bowling ball is going to get rolled through this part of the map at the end of the turn. Make sure that you're like preparing for it, right? I'm going to say Shadow shouldn't be a power-up because Shadow, I think, is pretty crucial. I think that's, if we go back to Arcano model, right? Where's Arcano model? There it is. If we go back to Arcano model, I really feel, and this is just my feeling, right? All of this is subjective to me, and I may be, I'm just an idiot on the internet. What do I know? But to me, Shadow is kind of one of these basic expectations things that you really need to make sure you have in order to not frustrate people. Grid, I think, is, somewhere over here, maybe. I think it's something you wouldn't necessarily expect, but that would be quite helpful. And then when you start getting to these delightful things like sticky chair, I think that's a delightsome feature. I think that's probably something kind of easy to fit in and is something that people might not expect necessarily. I mean, you start building a little more whimsy and theme into this. It's a little hard because a lot of the promise of the comedy is their exactly identical infinite chairs. So I don't know. You have to kind of decide, how do you balance all that? Infinite chair collection is still funny, but it's not as funny as infinitely identical chair collection. It's just such nonsense. It's great. Chairs stay the same, but power-ups are a bonus. Yeah, and like maybe, you wrap it in slime, and that's the sticky bit, and so that the chair is still identical, and you're not actually affecting the chair itself. I don't know. Put bubblegum on the chair. Yeah, exactly. Ownership, I actually think this is quite high, because your version of beating this puzzle, your 20 chairs that you fit on that space, is going to look different from everybody else's 20 chairs, just due to the nature of the physics and the silly shape of the chair. I've said chair so many more times than I was expecting to today. And then accomplishment, honestly, I think is pretty high. Like, when you actually get it, it feels really good. I think the big thing that's letting the design down right now is empowerment. I really do. Because it feels almost a little random when you do win, or when you beat your score. It's like, oh, cool, I got it. And then it's discouraging to try and jump back in, because you're like, I don't even know if I'm going to be able to, do better than that next time, because it's just, you kind of have to wrestle with it a little bit. Duct tape that anchor down all the chairs already put down. Duct tape that anchors down all the chairs already placed. Oh, that could be interesting. Yeah. So like, anchor all the chairs to the ground. So when something falls on it, that weirdly like at an angle chair is not going to move anymore, but the chair that is placed can now move. It's kind of funny. Sorry, I hit the mic. We're glad to have shared this experience with you. So, I mean, okay. Obviously, it's very simple. Obviously, it's not like incredibly fleshed out, right? But I think it's got some interesting bones. And that's one of the hardest things to get as far as game design goes. I think this is a very simple premise, and all the things that I'm talking about improving on, I almost worry about, because what if it's going to ruin the simplicity and the simplistic charm? I don't know. That's tough. I think there is a better quote-unquote game in here, but this is where you have to start thinking about target audience, right? Do you want this to be built for people that are wanting to like sit down in front of their desktop computer and like really grind away at a high score? Or do you want this to be a kind of entertaining time waster? And those are going to be different approaches, right? If you're expecting people to do this on their phone while they're waiting in line, that's a totally different game than building something that's so engaging and so empowered that you are willing to sit down at a chair and dedicate time to only exclusively doing that. Those are very different games. So once again, for me, it comes down to what sort of an emotional experience do you want people to have? What sort of environments do you think they're going to be partaking of your game in? And then dial it in towards that. This could go any number of directions. I think it's got a really solid base, unlike a chair. And I think it's, at this point, it's all about dialing it into a very specific target audience. And then I think you'll have something really cool. And then, general polish stuff, sound effects, music, visual effects, tightening that UI up a bunch, typography, all that general polish stuff. Unlockable content, power up equals better long-term involvement. It's true. Yeah. It's a good point. In fact, if you do throw it on mobile, then I think you may even want to ditch the 3D side and make it 2D. And now it's like Tetris with chairs, right? Anyways, I don't know what else to say about this. I don't know. Cubist, does Stone have anything else they want to have us dive into and discuss at all? Did we get them what they were looking for? I guess, Stone, you're here, you're listening to this. Stone, did we get everything you were looking for? I can address you directly, and then Cubist can answer. Yeah, I think really it comes down to that. Who is this game for? And then drive there. Super hard. And you'll have something pretty cool, I think. I think it could go any number of directions. Okay, I'm just going to refresh the page, see if anyone else has submitted. Okay, that's it. That's 4. We're at just nearly at 2 hours. So it was about half hour for each submission. Super duper rad. And then I need to label this. This is Jack's submission. This was shoot. Well, what was Jack's game? Oh, come on, Joe. Don't fail me now. No, I know it. Jack, what was the game? What? Oh, man, I just need a one-word reminder, and it'll all come flooding back. You submitted it on the Game Jam page. I can take a look. Let me pull this up. I just had it open and then closed it. Goodness gracious. It was, I'm not looking at chat. I'm going to look this up. The tower defense game. Yes. Okay, right. And I just smashed that. Jeez, sorry. The tower defense game. Yes. Okay. So, I'm loving seeing all of you guys' submissions. Thank you for not only doing a ridiculous thing and building something for a game jam, because inherently it's an insane idea, which I love, because that's what we're all about here. It's doing something ridiculous because you find passion in it. And even more ridiculous is you're submitting things for a public critique. That is courageous. That is very, very rough to do. And I want to say thank you to all of you for submitting and being here. I mean, during the last break, I was filled with so much joy about all this. It was incredible. Just being in awe at all of you and what clever ideas you're all coming up with. It's so great. You have ideas on mobile, but with 3D. The only thing with mobile that I'd be really careful about is interaction pattern. So if you're pivoting around, you normally, the interaction method that's usually used for that, once again, Jacob's Law, use stuff that people are already familiar with. You want to use 2 fingers to kind of rotate things, or maybe a compass to spin around. But you just want to make really, really sure that manipulating the camera does not trigger the chair falling. So you'd have to do a lot of UX work there to make sure that those interaction methods are very far apart. So maybe even change it from on tap to drop a chair. Instead, it's a button. So you position your cursor exactly where you want it to, and maybe even have touchpad controls for that, and then click the button to have the chair fall down. So you introduce a little bit of friction, but I think it would be a necessary thing in order to not have difficult panning around. And, oh, I didn't mean to drop it. No, I double tapped, you know. They did get what they needed and more. Saying that, it helped a lot. Okay, good. I'm glad. No paper is filled. Wonderful. I'm glad to hear it. Very glad to hear it. Oh, man. So great. So great. This has been awesome. We are at the end of our critique time. Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing I would worry about. If there is a way to simplify that so it is just tap to drop, then I think you'd have a big win. And so maybe you do have the camera control to be like Oh, Cubus, I'm sorry. I don't know why that timed you out. I have no idea why that would time you out. I do know about Yukai Chow. And his Octalysis tool. I haven't played around with it very much, but maybe I should for the stream. I've just always done it like a whiteboard, but it's nice. For those who are curious, sorry. Oh, maybe because you posted a link. People post links all the time. This is what Cubus was sent a message and then got auto-modded for some reason. This is a tool that Yukai Chow has built to kind of manually draw this out. It's nice, you know? Proud of you and good motivation. Your experience is fairly balanced in both white hat and black hat core drives. I'm proud of you. Also, you seem to have a great balance between left brain and right brain core drives, which means you likely have a good balance between intrinsic and extrinsic motivation. Just be careful because extrinsic motivation designed badly may kill intrinsic motivation. Very true. Very true. I don't know why this isn't updating while we're going, but... there we go. Proud of you and right brain. Proud of you and good motivation. White hat. White hat and falling asleep. That's fun. Your Actalysis. There you go. Just default. Weak experience in falling asleep. That's interesting. Interesting labels. Yeah, definitely go play around with that. I don't know how to type stuff in there. Oh, edit mode. There you go. You can reposition them even. Very clever. I think the community built it and shared it with him. I think you're right. I seem to remember reading that on his website. Yeah, very cool. You can export. There, you can't see it because I have it cropped on my screen, but there are export buttons. So there you go. Very cool. Very, very cool. All right. That's it for our last critique session. So now we have Ariel, 2D Fighter, Narvin, Stone, and Jack, all eligible for the most growth prize category. We got 5 people competing for that. Very excited to see how that goes. We are going to be judging that. Submissions are due Wednesday at midnight my time. So we're going to be doing a whole day live stream on Wednesday to do that big celebration, push everyone through to the last final little bits. And I'm super excited. Once Wednesday at midnight rolls around, I'll end the stream and I will sleep for days. I'll be back on Thursday, the next day, and we will be playing everyone's submissions Thursday and if we need to on Friday. And then Fortune's Favorite and Pain and Suffering will take some time to evaluate the grand prize winners, and I will take some time to evaluate the subcategory winners. I don't know how long that's going to take. It kind of depends on how many people are submitting. But we will try and wrap it up as quickly as we can. And then we'll do an announcement stream where we announce the winners, and then we'll gather the winners' information so we can send them their gift certificates or gift cards, rather their prize money. And that will wrap up Fox Hollow Jam number 0. What a wonderful experiment this has been. I've just had a great time. This has been absolutely incredible. And as a reminder, we are going to be doing these every 3 months. So we are going to be doing another game jam in July. July? Yeah, April. Yes, July. We're doing another one in July. It's going to have a different theme. It's going to have a different approach. It's probably not going to be design principle oriented. It's probably going to have other rules and restrictions. And then we're going to do another one in October. And then we'll cycle back around in January. So keep coming in. This is a great time. I'm humbled and enthralled. This is so cool. Okay. I'm gonna spend some amount of time building my own game now. My goal for today in my development is something I don't know if I'm actually going to be able to accomplish or not. Let me boot up Godot. What I want to build today... Oh dear. That's one thing about Godot's editor. I don't know if there's a way to, set what size to have things at. I wish I knew of a way. Shrink this in a bit. Yeah, that's about right. Okay. I am a Merlin. Hello, welcome in. Good to see ya. How you doing? We just barely got done doing critiques of 4 wonderful submissions for the Fox Hollow Jam. And now I am going to go and build my own submission. I need to build a tutorial for this thing, and I need a main menu screen. If I can get a main menu screen and a tutorial done today, then I will be very happy with that. Main menu should be pretty quick. Tutorial, I have no idea. So we'll do the main menu first, and then we'll go to the tutorial. And I admit, I'm starting to get nervous about my own submission. I think everyone else, frankly, is hitting Miller's Law a lot better than I am. Because mine feels like it's more aimed towards Hicks and Fitz Law than Miller's Law. It's a lot more about, like, time spent making decisions and going to different targets than it is about memory. There's some things, I mean, you can make an argument for hit points and block, and, like, you have to keep the enemy information in mind before you start your turn. Oh, that's another thing we need to do. We need to build a start turn button. But, I don't know, it feels a little weak. We got 1, 2, and then maybe 3 things. 4 we're kind of keeping in memory while we're clicking on things. I don't know. It feels like it's not really hitting it the way that I was hoping it would. Cubus, you're so welcome. Stone, you're very welcome. Thank you so much for making something and sharing it with us. Merlin, I feel like my brain was forgotten in the fryer. That's like every day for you, man. When does your brain, like, coagulate? Could not be better. Oh, I'm glad. Yeah, so, like, I'm happy with a lot of things. Like, I'm happy with a lot of what we've built. I think it's interesting, but it really needs to, we need to amp up that memory side of things. It's just not strong enough. And to be fair, that's also something that I feel about furniture overload, which is something I didn't really discuss, is that I don't feel I'm keeping very much loaded up in my memory. Right? It was kind of all present. I could reference it. I didn't have to, like, remember things very well. So that would be another point on furniture overload, is they're maybe not hitting that design principle as much as could be. And I'm right in that same boat. Unfortunately, I'm very bummed about that. You code too much. Oh, shoot, Merlin. Huh. Yeah, I think I'm honestly just gonna have to take the L on the theme. I mean, I can bring in more things, and you have to maybe remember what different nodes do. It feels like it wasn't orchestrated around memory. And remembering statistics and how things interact and everything. And I feel like I just missed the boat. I went with the wrong design. And if I were, and this is something I need to build within myself. I need to learn how to evaluate more quickly. Is this project going to accomplish what I'm hoping it will? Instead of just kind of falling in love with it and trying to build it. And I think that will happen better as I get more familiar with the engine and I build things more quickly. I think that was a big issue, is it took me a long time to get the basic idea in here, so I couldn't really evaluate it and understand it very well. Memory side, change the colors each round. Oh. That's an interesting thought, Cubus. That's an interesting thought. You haven't seen the game in action? Well, Alyssius, let me show you. Let me modify our villain's health. Health. Right. Forgot about that. We have ridiculous coding on. Good morning, Ameripon. It is wonderful to see you. Welcome on in. Yeah, sorry, Alyssius, you may have been talking to Merlin. That may have been it. Is it just me, or is the mic volume low? I can turn that up. Let's bring it up a little bit. See, I worry that's getting a little bit peaked. Let me drag it down a little bit more. Okay. So this is the game. Which actually, you can't quite see everything. Let me do that. There we go, boss. Good. Okay, thank you, Ameripon. Appreciate you. ASMR incoming. So this is the idea. You have your superhero overload and you have the villain Ohm. They are going to attack for 2 on their turn. They have 20 health. We need to click on these things during our turn to build up what we need in order to fight them. So red will deal damage to them. Yellow will build up our energy meter to get us ready for a superpower. And then blue will give us block to defend against their damage. And then purple turns on our superpower, where we have chain lightning blap and we start zapping multiple things at a time. Meanwhile, we are on a timer, so we only have X amount of seconds to click on things, and this is a problem. They're starting with 0, and we have to wait for gravity to pull them down. We need to start them at full velocity. And then the enemy can also, attack, they can block, they can interfere with our boards. They put this little bouncy peg on here that is causing problems for us, so it's making it harder to click on things. And that's a basic idea. So once we beat this guy, we need more symbols on here too. We need more symbols, and we need them to go faster. Faster and more bounce. And then once we beat this guy, then we get to power up and get a new power because it's a comic book superhero. So, obviously we're going to get new power-ups all the time. And we get to take that into our next fight, and we'll have one more fight, and that will be the end of the Game Jam prototype. So now we have thorns. For every 3 block that we clicked, we now deal a damage. So I think the relics might actually be a good candidate as well for improving on Miller's Law. Maybe like between each turn you get a power-up, but then I'd have to build like a billion power-ups. Because that'd be kind of fun, like have a simple amount of things you have to click on, but then a very complex set of interactions through the relics. That could be kind of fun. And you have to retain that all in memory. Be fun. But yeah, as of right now, it's just not quite there. It's not quite there. Blades of Doom, what things should I keep in mind? What questions should I try to answer in regards to researching games similar to what I want to make? What are you hoping to accomplish, Blades? I'm not totally sure I'm following. Are you trying to understand other games that have done things similar to what you are trying to do and like learn from them? Or are you trying to find like what makes a game marketable? Yeah, I guess I'm just not understanding what you're trying to get at. Listios, just learning the rules equals memory and sensory overload, so I guess it's a win. Or you could start them further up on the y-axis. And we were doing that, but then that makes like this awkward amount of time at the start of the turn where there's just nothing on the screen, but maybe that won't matter because we do plan on having a countdown timer. So maybe we just do that. Let's do that. Let's do it. So we're going to bring this up to -50. And then, hey, sound, you're supposed to be off. And then let's build the start button. I'm feeling it. Let's build the start button. So now we need to have the simple timer not auto start. And I also want to decrease it a little bit. This is stuff we can start getting into when we get more into the polish and everything. We're going to add a new button. I love that there's a button node. Like, coming from GameMaker, I can't express to you how cool having a button that you can just drag and drop in is. It is so rad. All right, so we've got our button here. The text is going to be, go! And then, can I, like, even do an outline on this? Because that would be rad. Can I just totally theme it in here? Lurk, no problem, Merlin. Thank you so much for... Oh, and you know what? StreamerBot isn't on. I thought chat was feeling a little bit more mundane than it normally is. Let me boot up StreamerBot. Yeah, no problem, Merlin. Have a great rest of your, I would imagine, late night at this point. Okay. Very cool. Okay. Hold on. Just want to verify Steambot's actually working. Good. Elysius, I'm honest, I totally missed what need to be done to win outside of hitting the red balls to remove enemy power and yellow to build up power. No clue what blue does and pink. So the easy way to conceptualize this is as a dungeon crawler, right? So red does damage, blue blocks, pink casts a spell, yellow gains mana. That's kind of the analog, right? And then we have unique words because of comic books, and those don't quite match up. They don't map one-to-one. So yellow will build your mana, pink will cast your spell, blue is shields. Yeah, it's block, yeah. So it'll cancel out the enemy's damage 1-to-1. There are these Wizards games where you draw shapes to cast spells. You could do something like that, or Simon Says style, where you actually have to specifically click red, blue to block, and purple, red, purple to cast. Yeah, that's an interesting thought, and those can change. It's a really interesting thought. So, like, clicking the purple does not cast the spell. You have to click purple, and then, Helldivers style, right? I mean, let's look at Helldivers. Helldivers 2 Stratagem, where they've got this little thing that pops up. So you say, I want to cast a spell. Say, here are your available spells. You need to push your arrows in this order in order to make that happen, which is very clever, because your attention is really focused on getting this sequence right, and it's usually kind of a lot to have to remember. Look at how many different abilities you have available to you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And each of those, once again, Miller's Law, you can remember what all the abilities are, but then each of those things has at least 3 steps. So it's really hard to remember them, and they're not necessarily easy to remember patterns either. This isn't a quarter circle forward, it's left, right, up. Very clever work from the designer's part, because you work in Helldivers 2 also constantly in a state of just like freaking out, trying to deal with crises and everything. So you're looking at all this, and you're not looking at the giant robot or bug that's barreling down on you. I want to know what makes something good, or why a dev did something the way they did. Okay. Blades. So you want to know what makes something good. What works for me is developing a language around what makes it good. If I don't have a way to like parse it out, I can't do it just on feel. There are people I know who can just like look at something and they can feel what makes it good. I'm not that way. I need something like this, which is Universal Principles of Design. We talk about this all the time. It is available for free online if you Google it. Universal Principles of Design. This is what has defined my career, frankly. This book, I got it in college, and it was an assigned book I had to buy for a class, and it has changed everything for me. Now I have a vocabulary to discuss things. Miller's Law is in here. Miller's Law. Oh, I mistyped. Miller. Come on, where are we? Chunking, that's another good one. Okay, thanks for your patience there. So yeah, going through this. Oh, and you can't quite really see. Let me drag this up real quick. There we go. So being able to learn about chunking, being able to learn about cognitive dissonance and color, learn about color theory, learn about. Common fate's good, but consistency, constancy. What are your constraints? What are your controls? Convergence. All of these things are amazing. So like pick one of these would be my suggestion, which we are doing right now. Like pick faceism ratio, right? This is a really interesting one, that the more cropped in a photo is on someone's face, the more you think that person is intelligent, and the more zoomed out it is, the more you think they are like sensual. You emphasize the physical attributes. So pick one of these and then play games and pay specific attention to just that one principle and see, do I notice it anywhere? Do I see this somewhere? Fitz Law, right? This is what my game is taking a lot of advantage of. The time required to move to a target is a function of the target size and the distance to the target. So like clicking on all these little balls all over the place, and I can make the balls a lot smaller too in order to make that harder. These are all great ways to develop your sense of design. And then when you have that design sense, you will know a lot better what to look out for and what questions to look out for. And you'll start to dissect it, and then you can implicitly understand why certain designers made decisions the way that they did. For me, it all comes down to this. It comes down to having a language. If I don't have that, I can't do it. So that's just for me. I don't know if that's helpful, Blades. That's how it works for me. Time to zoom the picture on my CV. All right. Okay. What's the name of that book? It is Universal Principles of Design. I'll throw the link in chat. Oh, sorry, that's not going to work because that's not a link. Hold on. Universal Principles of Design PDF. And you can grab that right here. Seems like a good starting point for me. Okay, best of luck, Blades. I can't wait to hear how it goes. And we also have this pinned to our resources channel in our Discord as well. So if you miss the link now, you can go to our Discord, go to the resources channel, and get it all picked out. Okay. It's great. This book has been foundational. This book, paired with my film analysis class, it's 99% of my ability to analyze and critique things. And 10 years of experience doing critiques. And being in bad critiques and and all that sort of stuff. So, take it for what it's worth. Okay. Very cool. All right, let's dive in. Let's make some games. I want to make the start turn button. That's what we're working on right now. We may do this if we have time. I really like this idea, Cubus. If we have time, we may do that. I think that'd be really powerful. And hit the theme a lot better. So, start turn button. That's what we need to build right now. So we've got our go button. On button release, sure. Button pressed? What does that do? If true, the button state is pressed. Means the button is pressed down or toggled. Only works if toggle mode is true. So that's like, it starts off pressed. Okay. If the button stays pressed when moving the cursor outside the button while pressing it, sure. We don't need it as a button group. What's a shortcut? Shortcut associated with the button? What's the... Okay, this is an annoying thing, Godot. You're giving me a link on shortcut. I have no way to go click on that link. That's very frustrating. You're dangling this carrot and then pulling it away as soon as I try and go for it. Okay. Colors? Font? Not really. Icon? No. Constants? Fonts? Sizes? Styles? Okay, this might be what I'm looking for. Box texture? How do I do just an outline? Canvas texture? Expand margins, stretch subregion, modulate, content margins, resource. Okay. What happens if I change these values? Not really anything. Okay. At least nothing visible. 0. 0. We can just revert, I guess. Okay. That's not really what we're looking for, but that's good to know. What about that one? Okay, so this is padding, and this is margin, if you're coming at this from web world like I am. 5 hours late for my... left for my jam to go. I was pretty jazzed going into it, but some shader assets... keep crashing my Unity, turning my progress into a crawl. I don't think it'll be a very fun entry, but I'll get it done. There you go. You know what? I'm going to echo what Len said here when we had him on to interview. Shipped is the best feature. Yeah. So I can't wait to see it, Ameripon. You've been on a roll with these game jams. My goodness. Indeed. Draw center off? Ooh, that sounds good. If we can draw the center, I would imagine we can draw the 9-patch textures center tile will be drawn. Well, okay. So I don't think this is what I'm looking for here. That's okay. Whatever. Let's change the text here. Instead of a go, it'll be a question mark. Go? That's kind of inviting people to kind of interact with it a little bit. It's not great. I'd love something a little bit better, but we're on a game jam. We're going to go fast. Vevin Velour, hello. How's it going? It's going very well. Thank you so much for asking. We just got done with our critiques for the day. Now I'm diving in, trying to bust out a little bit more of the UX on this thing. We've been talking about how to make this game hit more on Miller's Law, because I feel like it's really not doing that very well. It's kind of... It's hitting other design principles well, but not really Miller's Law. So if I have time, I'd like to make some adjustments to amp up the amount you need to keep in memory. Ameripon last game jam for a bit, going to work on a serious game for a month and see how that goes. Very cool, Ameripon. I can't wait to see it. To build on Cubus' idea, I had something, I shared something in the Discord channel. Ooh, let me check it out. Yeah. Let me bring this in here. I'm gonna have to put a white square behind it or something. Oh, it's already gonna come in a white square. That's convenient. Yeah. Oh, so everything is a... Oh, man, that would be so mean. Wow. That's really interesting. That's a totally different conceptual model for me. And that's a totally different game. Combo to generate attacks and defense. Oh, you know what? I'm not actually showing this very well. Hold on. There we go. So that is really interesting, Alistios. So this is where me not getting critiques early on is hitting me in the butt. Because I think, Alistios, this is a better idea than what I came up with. I do. I think it's a better idea. I think it solves the problem in a better way. Yeah. And then you get like 5 or 6 of these set up. Or 7. And they have different effects, different things. That would totally hit Miller's Law. That would be better. That would be way better. The way I see it, it's not killing your base game, it just builds on it. It's true, it would rip out a lot of the programming. And I mean, I guess maybe. I guess we could say, like, instead of on-click for each of these things, we do on-click, we check for which of these it matches with, and then highlight them and start going. And then when that section is done, then we run the function for damage, we run the function for block. And I guess it wouldn't be a crazy amount of stuff. Cubus did come up with the idea, really. Yeah, I mean, you've both been building on each other. This is exactly why critique and like having people to view your stuff early is so important. Because now I'm in a corner. I'm on a deadline. I've gone down a certain route really far. And now there's this really cool idea I don't know if I can execute on, but I really want to. And if I had solicited better critique earlier, maybe we would have gotten to this in the GDD stage before I had ever built anything, and we could have had it built by now. So I super appreciate both of your input, and I value it. I think it's a really good idea. And another thing I really like about it is that now each of these are superpowers. I like that a lot. This is now like Zap. This is now Static Shield. This is now, Orb, Lightning Orb or whatever, right? Instead, right now you have Brawl, you have Block, and like that's kind of superhero-y. But I feel you get a lot more theme as well with this concept. I think it's really strong. And now the dots are just abstract ideas. Or we could even, if I were better at my physics, we could start working in different electrical symbols into this, right? So like one of these is amps, one of these is volts, one of these is, resistance, it's ohms. One of these is, all that sort of positive, negative polarity. And then you can kind of mix those together to create interesting powers. And then that would help people retain in memory. Like, oh, I want to do an attack. So I'm going to like shove up, amps, and then volts will be like the amount of times it attacks, right? It's almost kind of like Necrosmith at that point, right? Which I think is really interesting. I've been playing Necrosmith a little bit recently, and the second one just came out. But in Necrosmith, it's this weird kind of idle civilization weird thing where, like, you are a necromancer in a tower, and you are building minions with body parts over time. And you assemble these minions with your different body parts, and they're all kind of modular. So you can build whatever you want, but then if you build ones that have specific parts combining with them, then they'll get a bonus. So it's like you're using all skeleton parts. Okay, this is now a skeleton warrior. You get a bonus to speed or whatever, right? But you can use a kraken part on a skeleton if you want. And that's kind of interesting. We kind of start venturing into that sort of territory with it. I think that's really, really compelling and interesting. You can have like a main gauge that shows you the last 5 color you input and the last one clicked. Push the entire row to the left and you can do combo of combo. There you go. Yeah. Yeah. I like it. I think it's better. I think it's just better. So I think that's in the backlog. Like if we're able to get scope under control before Wednesday, and we're able to get art in, we get audio, we get good visual crunch and everything, and we have some time left over, I think we start looking at maybe refactoring this. Because I like it. I think it's way better. I do. Yeah. Thank you, Cubus. Thank you, Alistios. Thank you for your critiques and your feedback. It made it way better, conceptually. 100%. Okay. So we've got this. On click, we need this to do things. So we're going to, in our symbol manager script, we need a start turn function. And I think we even have that, don't we? We have turn end, and we have turn start. There we go. So we are just going to, we need to queue free the button. So $, turn, start, button, dot, queue free. And then we will hook up turn start to this. Turn start. And we have turn start hooked up somewhere else. We now need to turn that off. So villain turn ends. We need to do this. We need to make a new function. Let's do like turn initialize, where we're going to spawn in the button. Turn ini. And before we do the turn start func, we'll make a new func. Which is, I need to have like a disco ball emote or something, because it's too good. It's too good to pass up. And so we're going to spawn in the button. Turn, start, button. Don't know what mod you use for your code editor, but I love it. This is Ridiculous Coding, which is a plugin for Godot. And you literally just install it from the asset library and turn it on and hit go, and it's great. Funk! And I've turned off a lot. The fireworks are not supposed to be on. The shake is supposed to be off. Explosions and all that sort of stuff. All that stuff is supposed to be off. It gets pretty wild. So we need to spawn in a button. So we need to say var button create equals turn start button. And we need to bring that out. I need to tidy this all up, man. Jeez, it's getting messy. Button create equals turn start button. Equals turn start button, and then we need to initialize, instantiate it. So button create dot instantiate And then we can add child. Button creates. Okay. We got the funk. Gotta have that funk. That's right. We need like a disco ball, and we need like some blue cheese or something, so that you can pick your funk variety. It's important. Choice. Empowerment, right? Okay. Where are we at? I mean, let's see if this works, right? I kind of don't think it will. Oh. But the timer is still going. So we're diving into the turn start already, which is not... That shouldn't be happening yet. Right? Turn timer is... Oh, it is on auto start. It shouldn't be. Turn timer start and symbol timer start. So symbol timer dot start. And I may not be referencing that yet. So do $. Ah. Symbol timer is not being read. Okay. How's the day been? It's been awesome, Amanusis. Thank you so much for checking in. We had our critiques earlier in the day. We critiqued 4 incredible projects. And man, I had a great time. I was laughing all the time and seeing really neat and interesting ideas. And the biggest thing was seeing how much growth people are having and how far they've progressed their ideas from where they've been talking about them in the Discord and when we did our earlier critique session and everything. And they've just really, really pushed and come up with some really cool and clever things. It's been a great time. So we're working now on the UX for my submission. And I was mentioning to everyone, I don't feel I'm hitting Miller's Law very well. It's not very good. And I'm hitting other design principles well, but not Miller's Law. And then people started brainstorming really great ideas filled with chairs. Yeah, for real, Cubus. People came up with really great ideas on how to improve on Miller's Law. So Cubus brought up the idea of like, what if when you need to cast your superpower, you have to click symbols in a certain order. I was like, oh yeah, like Helldivers, right? And then Alistios came up with a little mock-up of what that might look like, where instead of just clicking on things, you have abilities. And so each symbol by itself doesn't do anything, but when done in succession in a pattern, that's when it executes a superpower. And I thought that was a super cool idea. And then I got really bummed because I was like, this is a better idea than mine. This is the better way to go. And I did not get critique early enough in my project so where I could take a better direction. So this is it's been a good object lesson, I think, for everyone to see like, oh, that's why. That's why we asked for feedback early on. Because now I'm a little committed. And now it's like, I want to do this if I have time. I don't know if I can, though. But if we had started off with that, I probably could have made it happen. So that's been the day so far. That was a lot. How has your day been, Amanusis? And there's Thornity as well. How you doing, Thornity? So, where was it freaking out? Was it turn timer or symbol timer? Symbol timer. Because that's not a real thing. $ symbol _ timers / timer. Let's try that. There we go. There we go. Okay, great. So now we need to take the turn timer out of this. And we need to have the turn timer start after a few seconds start. And then we need to spawn in a 3, 2, 1, go. Right as the symbols start falling in. I like that. Collaboration is always more powerful, yeah. I'm surprised you didn't have a critique session for your game with the chat earlier. I thought you were going to be participating in the critique sessions as well. I thought about it, but just didn't, I guess. I don't know. I guess it just felt a little weird, but it shouldn't feel weird. I don't know. It's a lesson learned for me. I should have. I definitely should have. Let's break down what would be necessary to use the combo system. I don't think it's a lot, to be honest. So in order to use the combo system, what I would need to do is on the symbol parent, I would need to build an estate manager of like which of these is active or not. This is your critique session now. There you go. We need to build an estate manager for each combo. We need to define the combos, and then we need to check input. So like when the player clicks a symbol, add it into an array, and then check each superpower against that array. And then if you are meeting up with the requirements with the array in the power, then that is an enabled state. And if it's in a disabled state, it goes gray. And then when it is finished, then you would run, and that's the easy part, I think, is when it finishes, all you have to do is run the attack function, run the block function, and just run anything relevant to what it is. Because we wouldn't do anything crazy with it. It would literally just be like, in order to attack, you have to do this combo of symbols. The best way to show people the power of your ideas is to be an example of them yourself. You're right. I feel very guilty. You're dead right. I feel both guilty about not doing it myself and happy that I'm showing people why it's a good idea to do that. I'm living through the pain. So it wouldn't be necessarily a ton, but I really do want to get the UX and the polishing side done, because I don't want to have another prototype that looks terrible for me. That's something that I want to grow in this game jam, is I want to have the experience of polishing something. So that's what I'm hoping to do. Yeah. Oh, we can start another timer. Duh. Let's just make another timer. Duplicate. And then this will be, instead of timer 2, it will be pre-turn. And then we change the turn timer to instead be $sign pre-turn. Oh. Okay, there you go. So that should work. That will start our pre-turn timer, and the pre-turn timer can last for 3 seconds. And then, when the pre-turn timer starts, we start the turn timer. So, funky funk. Turn timer start. Remembering the colon this time. And then we will just do turn timer dot start. And then this is the cool thing in Godot. Like, it is pretty rad. All of the connections and everything. The connections are super cool about Godot, and they're also really annoying about Godot. Oh, no, don't delete the timer. Change, like, detach. Disconnect. There we go. And then I think we're good. We need, oh, right. We need this to hook up to turn timer start. Oh, do I need to save it first? That's another weird thing about Godot. I do wish it had a little bit more auto saving and everything. There we go. Now I see it. Okay. Okay, let's see if that works. Go. 2. Oh, what's going on over there? That's weird. Let's stop that. What's going on? Do we have something that's set to auto? Oh, pre-turn needs to be one shot. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Hold on 1 second. Tiger aggro. Yeah, my daughter gave me a toy. She really wanted me to show everyone that she gave me this toy. It's a sheep. And she has a dinosaur one. She wanted me to tell you. It's blue and it stretches. Look at that. Ooh, what a cool toy, huh? Yeah. You got those for Christmas, huh? Yeah, it was so cool. And you love them. I'm so glad. All right. You have fun doing your coding, okay? Okay. People say that they're amazing toys, Ellie. Yeah. She's just said, uh-huh. Yeah, I know. I know. They say you're super lucky. She giggled and smiled and said, I am super lucky. Thank you, Alistios. You made her day. All right, let's try this out. Are we getting what we want? You love them? I know you do. They're so cool. Yeah, so the turn timer is definitely starting when we don't want it to. It's got a little bit of a delay. But it's definitely not 3 seconds worth of a delay, right? Let's go to our remote. And go to our... Oh. Wait, what? Ah. Pre-turn. There we go. That's what we need. Restart. Pre-turn. Resource. Pre-turn? There we go. And remote. That's what we need. Pre-turn. Gosh, okay. I think this works. We're getting some errors, though. What errors are we getting? Speed demon timer not found? Really? Yeah, that's true. Why are we getting the parent? That doesn't make sense. I guess we had to do that before, and then we had to move it in order to get something else working. So now it doesn't need to happen. We should just be able to do speed demon timer. Do I have plans for the next jam yet? Yes. Yes, Amanusis. But we're not talking about it yet. Alicios got 2 of them, but they are taller than me already. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. Yeah, I've got 2 kids as well. I got her, and then I've got the baby. Yeah, Amanusis, we do have plans for the next jam. We're actively looking for sponsors for that one. I need to do some more outreach on that. My time has been a little consumed by this jam. But it's going to be a very different type of jam, and more details will come once this is done. And then I need to do some more work for October's jam. We do have a sponsor lined up for October's jam, and it's going to be a very different sort of jam. July one's a little bit more in the works. The person that we had originally lined up to sponsor that one decided they wanted some more time to be able to... Spoiler. Little tiny mini spoilers here. They needed some more time to be able to do what we're wanting to do. So, they pushed out to October, so I need to find someone else for July, and that'll kind of inform what the jam is going to be. Yeah. Does that answer your question, Amanusis? Okay, we're not getting the error anymore. That's good. But that timer is definitely running when it shouldn't. So we're starting the symbol timer, and that's fine. We want that. We want the speed demon timer. We don't want it then, actually. We want that when the turn timer starts. And we also want you to be able to click on things once the turn timer starts, which means we need some sort of an overlay. We need some way to communicate, hey, don't click on anything yet. I'm surprised you have so much planned out. I'm very bad at planning ahead. Well, you know, I feel I owe it to everyone. I feel I owe it to everyone to have stuff somewhat intentionally put together. And this may just be, you know, my decade of product design experience coming through, but it's, you know, you're all putting in your valuable time and effort into this really ridiculous, silly little thing that we're doing So I want to make sure that it's worthwhile to everyone, and that it's worth throwing your time into. That it's an obvious thing. That's really the goal. Is why on earth would I not be in the Fox Hollow Game Jam? Is what we're trying to hit. And the people we need to say that are once again, the single mom in New York with 3 kids. Is the single mom in New York with 3 kids with her very limited time going to say, well, of course I'm going to be in the Fox Hollow Jam. Why would I not be? So that's the goal. And, we're working on that. We're going to get better at it every single time. Okay. We really do need a way to say you cannot click on things until the turn timer starts. Oh, and we have ads starting in just a sec. The bridge toll collector cometh. Gather your coins, your tribute, pay it, and he'll be on his way. And until then, we'll be back. Okay, welcome back. Where are we at here? Sir Alex Grimm, this is Ariel, by the way. This is Packet Overload's creator. I've changed some things regarding my game. The main thing, I lowered the total daytime to 10 minutes. I think that's probably a good call. It was feeling like it was kind of dragging on a bit there. I also lowered the total day amount to 5. I also added more ambiance to the game. Nice. And fixed typographical errors, good. And now I'm starting on the story and scary content. Oh, man, that's so great. I can't wait. Oh, man. I'm really excited about that, Ariel. QS Dev, I would pitch Bippin' Bits as a sponsor. They're a really cool little studio. They grew through some game jams, Ludum Dare mostly, so they might be up for it. Tell them STE sent you. Well, thank you, Cubus. I will do that. I appreciate that. Let me write that down. Because I am trying to figure out, geez, July, what do we do? I'll reach out. And, probably be no, but that's okay. We'll see. You never know till you ask. I didn't expect to get who we got for October. Frankly, it was a big surprise that they said yes, and it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. So I'm excited for that, and I'm also incredibly excited for our current sponsor, Riverwolf Games, because they got the ball rolling. I'm always going to be indebted to Riverwolf Games. They started this whole thing, so thank you Fortune's Favorite in Pain and Suffering. You're both fantastic. Ripperwolf Games. Go follow their itch page. It's in chat. They're making a very wonderful game that's like an idle clicker sort of thing, but with missions and pigeons that are overthrowing world governments. It's a different, it's not your grandpa's clicker. Definitely go check it out. I think they're posting like weekly devlog updates and stuff. Yeah, they're hard at work. Okay. So I think my big question I have for making this turn flow better is, can I block clicking by putting something on top of it? Like if I put a big square on top of things, will Godot read that I am clicking on the screen coordinates, or will it read that I'm clicking on the node? So a way I can maybe try and prototype that really quickly is if I just do like a rectangle, just add in a color rectangle node, and we're going to put this right at the end, and we're just going to cover everything. And we'll bring the transparency down a little bit so I can see what I'm clicking on, and we'll see if I can click on things. Oh, that's really nice. That's going to be really easy to build then. That's great. Okay, so bring the turn start button on top. The rectangle, you're now black. And let's try this again. Yeah, good. Oh, because the new symbols are getting built on top of it. They're getting added to the end of the tree. Control nodes block input unless you set mouse mode to pass or ignore. Okay, very cool. Awesome. Thank you, Cubus. Unless you set mouse mode to pass. Okay. Mouse mode to pass. Action mode? I don't know what we're talking about with mouse modes, but it sounds interesting. Okay. So, this is our, overlay? Overlay disabled? Overlay disable. You can use ordering the inspector to make things appear above others. Sure. You can use canvas layers to put something always in front of everything. Canvas layers. Okay, so is that these things? Can I, like, what is light mask? Rendering layers in which this canvas item responds to light 2D nodes. Layer in which this canvas item is rendered by viewport nodes. Okay. So I can, like, bring it up a layer or two. Ordering in the inspector. Sure. Yeah. We can throw the Z index up. Okay, there we go. Got it. Changing the Z index of a control only affects the drawing order, not the input event handling order. Oh, that's a bummer. That's what I want. I wanted to affect that. Okay. Canvas layer is a node. Canvas layer is a node. I don't totally know what you're getting at there, Cubus. Forgot to mention, I also added a description for server load to the status command. Perfect, thank you. I'm assuming that's going to say, like, this is how many packets is going to, like, affect the server load, right? So you'll get your health of the server as well as the load it's under. Yeah, I don't know what canvas layer is supposed to be. Balgosa, hello, welcome in. Good to see you. How are you, friend? Okay, so we hit go. And then I think these are still clickable. But you know what? It may be good enough for the game jam. Just to move on. It looks like it's supposed to function a certain way, and that's good enough for a jam. This is formerly Brian Visual. Yes, yeah, the old crab commander himself. How are you? It's Good to see ya. Lowest node in the tree is on top, right? Nodes under canvas layers are always on top. Okay. They basically have a new drawing stack within their layer, and if you have multiple layers, they follow the tree order again. Okay. So is that just a drawing stack, or is it also interaction stack? So if I add canvas layer, canvas group, is that maybe the right thing to do here? Or no, canvas layer, a node used for independent rendering of objects within a 2D scene. And then I can put these guys in. And then try it. I think we may have broken... Yeah, I was about to say, I think we just broke all of our references by doing that. But canvas layer slash. And then where's our... well, that actually may not have broken in much else. It also does interaction. Canvas layer is usually used for like HUDs and player UI and stuff. Okay, I can still click through it. I mean, this is a HUD. This is a UI. That's exactly what we're hoping to use this for, right? Let's see here. Yeah, it looks like our turn timer is starting right out of the gate again. That's not good. It's weird. I don't know why that's starting so quickly. Did pre-turn get broken or something? No? Goes the turn timer start? Weird. We'll have to figure that out in a second. Yeah, how do I make it so that, like, everything is disabled? So we get a 3, 2, 1, go! And so, like, stuff could be falling before then. I kind of want the board state to be filled with things before the player goes. It might be because of the way you're detecting clicks. You might need to set the symbols to be unhandled input. Okay. You might need to set the symbols to be unhandled input. Okay. So what I'm hearing is we're going to have to tell the game you can't click on these. We're going to have to manually set that, whether it's through a flag, and then we check if that flag is set or not, or we do that unhandled input thing. There's not going to be a native way to just layer it and have it take care of it. And that's, okay, that's fine. Like I said, it could be close enough for a jam. I just won't deal with all that. We are getting this button create.instantiate, and this is something I was worried about. We need to make this button... Oh, well, actually, maybe we don't. Hold on. Canvas layer slash. Is that going to fix it? Wait for our timer to go down. Click on some stuff for funsies. Okay, it'll also be fun to have another node that extends your turn timer. Attempt to call function instantiate in base previously freed on a null instance. Yeah, so that's what I was worried about, is that this turn start button is a child of it, and then when we delete it, we're trying to call it again here, and it has nothing to do. You can change the input function to the unhandled input function, which only triggers if nothing else grabs the input first. What? You change the input function to the unhandled input function, which only triggers if nothing else... Wait, hold on. So I can just do this, and that will do what I want it to do? Because it's going to detect that I'm clicking on the canvas layer instead? What? That's cool. That's a good one to know. Handled input? Wait, unhandled. That might have been... I might have done that wrong. Of course it wasn't clicking, because it was broken. It wasn't going to do anything. Okay, but it's still doing that. Good. That's still a really good one to know. Unhandled input. Cool. That's great. Different versions of input, which have different ranges. Interesting. Elysius, can't you put a small semi-transparent layer on top of everything, making it on top of everything where you put your timer that shows starting in 3, 2, 1, then you put that semi-transparent label visibility to false? Yes. So I think that's actually kind of what I'm trying to do, Elysius. Yeah, it's working. That's great. That's awesome. That's exactly what I was hoping it would do. The problem with just having that layer without the unhandled input is that the symbols are being created at the end of the node tree. So it's getting, thrown into its own thing. Or rather, it's getting drawn on top of the semi-transparent layer. So this avoids that problem. This is great. So I need to make this guy a new scene. I need to make turn start button a new scene. So that I can actually call it in and reinstantiate it when we start a new turn. Can I just do that? Can I just do this? Oh, I can! What? That's great! Okay. Turn start button. Yes. Turn start button. Where are you? Turn start button. Okay. Oh, what did I just do? Turn start button. But not in symbol parent. We want you in symbol manager. Okay. Good. And then we replace turn start button with this. It might be worth to parent all the symbols under a specific symbol parent, which only has symbols as children. We do. It's okay, I guess the symbol manager has everything as a child, doesn't it? Cleans the remote scene tree up very well. Sure, yeah, I could see that. So I like to do, but it makes hierarchy more annoying. Sure. Do that in my dice roller to manage all the dice properly. I get that, yeah. I could see that. Okay. Turn start button not declared. It's because it threw it in all caps. Turn start button. Okay. We good? We still freaking out? Let's try it. Go. All right. So that button is not hooked up anymore. Why not? Did it... Oh. It got disconnected somehow. Okay. So we will just reconnect it to turn start. Connect. Go. There we go. Okay. Everything's working. Good. Now, when we end our turn, is it going to give us the thing again? No. Darn. Invalid type and function add child in base node 2D. The object derived class of argument 1. Packed scene is not a subclass of the expected argument class. Okay. And this is one thing. Spawning in new objects, I don't 100% understand what this all does. What does this instantiate? Why do we need a variable? Why do we need to add child? All that stuff. Code style usually has people put constants in all caps so you can tell at a glance it's not a variable. Oh, I guess it's a constant because we're never going to change it. Like, we're not going to reassign it somewhere. Is that the idea? That would make sense. So, spawning stuff in. Turn initialize. We need to create the button, and we need to create the overlay. You know what? We should probably just make the canvas layer its own scene instead of the button. Let's do that. Whatever. I don't want to change names on things and break everything. So go to our canvas layer. We have our turn start button. We have our overlay disabled. And then back in our fight scene, we just... when the turn timer starts, we delete the canvas layer. .q free. And then we're going to load in the canvas layer instead of the button. Turn start UI. Start UI. And then that will be canvas layer. Yes, constant stay constant, like pi or tau. What, for the greater good, tau? I get the feeling we're not talking about ranged favoring aliens. Adding things requires making the object, instantiate, then adding it in the scene tree, add child. Things that aren't objects don't need to be instantiated. So what's a Godot definition of an object? Because I thought a Godot definition of an object was a node. So like a script you could add in. Well, scripts can contain objects though, right? Where's scene? Scene. Or not scene, canvas layer. Canvas underscore layer. Yeah. Good, got it. You don't know about tau? More people need to know about tau. It's just a whole circle. 2 times pi? Oh. Okay. Why is it called tau? Data containers, like dictionaries and arrays. Yeah, that makes sense. Right. Got the wrong thing being called. Turn start UI? Oh, but it needs to be all caps, right? There we go. Go. Go, 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 go. Okay. Is it because we exist outside of this now? Did I break that because of this? Yeah. So we need to... darn it. So how do we connect this now back up to that original tree? Is there a way to? Or am I going to have to do it in code? I might just have to do it in code, huh? So when we create, when we turn initialize, then we need to say $ canvas layer / button, turn start button dot connect to turn start emit. Yeah? Not colon. Dot. And I mixed up the parentheses. Yeah? Did I get it? Did I get it? Did I get it? Dang it. Oh, because I'm doing connect emit. What am I what am I doing? What am I doing? Jeez. There. No, it's still not working. Too few arguments for connect? That doesn't make sense. Oh, dot pressed. Dot. There we go. Got it. Signals. Yeah, let's do this. You got it. Tau and pi are just Greek letters. Oh, okay. Got it. Meant to represent numbers in math. People get taught in school to use pi for circles, but tau is just a whole circle. Why do 1.5 pi when 3/4 tau is more intuitive? Sure. You need a signal. Yes, okay, good. I figured it out. I did it. I'm sure that was very painful for all of you to watch. All right, go. Man, it is not hooking up. Oh, because we're not running turn any. That's our problem. So we just do this on ready? Feels kind of weird, but I mean, probably work. There you go. Let our timer go down. I mean, obviously things are not lining up correctly yet, but that's okay. Let our timer go down. And then, darn. Invalid get index pressed on base null instance. So, are we not finding the button, or am I referencing the wrong thing? Do I need to do parentheses? Still learning Godot in my free time, but I'm still doing only basic stuff. Are you using the latest version of Godot? Yeah, I am. So I guess my question is, is pressed the right thing to call here? It feels like it is. Actually, I know it is, because we're doing it up here, and that's working. So the problem is that it's probably not existing in the node tree yet, and this $sign is a reference to the node tree. So if I put it afterwards, I think that will fix it. We'll wait for the timer to go down. I'm not looking at chat. I'm not paying attention to you. I need to figure this out myself. Or at least experiment with it myself. Darn it. Invalid type in function add child in base node TD symbol manager. The object derived class of argument 1 is not a subclass of the expected argument class. That's different. V3 to V4 is a very nice transition. Nice. Object derived class. Invalid type in function. Okay. Is not a subclass of the expected argument class. What is button create? Button create is referring to this turn start UI. This thing. This scene here. So it's a canvas layer with just a plain transparent rectangle, and then the button. Code spoiler, you're not grabbing the instantiated object. Yeah, apparently. I don't know why, though. It's a preload, which will be a packed scene. Doesn't add child take a node TD? I don't know. Adds a child node. I mean, this is a node, right? But it's also a scene, sure. So is there a way that I can refer to this not as a scene, but as a node? I guess is what I need to be looking at. How do we grab the node instead of the scene? And we're doing that up here. I mean, we're grabbing each of these symbols as scenes, and that's working just fine. Button create instantiate doesn't change the reference itself. You need to assign back to button create. Or new variable? Really? So I have to make two? Okay, no, hold on. This is dumb. So if we do like this, right? Button create equals turn start UI dot instantiate. Is that gonna work? Do I understand what you guys are trying to grockinatolate on me? Okay, there we go. Good. Okay. You need to store it in a variable. It's like saying 2 plus 2 instead of variable answer equals 2 plus 2. Okay. So it's taking an effect, but it's not storing the reference anywhere. Can also collapse add child turn UI start dot instantiate. Oh, that would be rad. I would love that. Yeah, I'm going to do that. Thanks. Thank you, Thornity. And thank you, Evan Uses, for walking me through all that, too. 2D Fighter, hands are free. Time to get to work. We'll have you playing headphones. No worries, man. Have a great time. Good luck on your work, 2D Fighter. Okay. Let's just double check everything is still working, and then we can work on the timer. And there we go. Very, very nice. We've got this all hooked up. Okay, good. Start turn button. It's not polished. It's not feeling great, but it is done. There we go. Right in time for the ad break, too. Perfect. Perfect. So next up, we're going to work on our main menu. And then over Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, that's when we'll work on polish. We'll work on fiddling those timers to be all correct and feel a lot better. Because obviously it's not really lining up the way that it should right now. We're going to worry about it later. Functionality is done. We got it in. Calling that a win. We'll do main menu right after these ad breaks. Don't go anywhere. Thank you for hanging out. It's been such a joy to have you all here. I love seeing you all. Thank you. We'll catch you not next time. We'll catch you in a little bit. Jeez. Bezos, come. Fetch thine prize.
What?
Rise and code. Welcome back in, everyone. It's good to see you. All right. On a lovely Saturday afternoon. What could be better? We need to make a main menu. And with all of the experience we got from yesterday of changing scenes, this should be a cinch to throw together. So we're just gonna make a new scene. We can make a new scene, and it will be a 2D scene. Wait a minute, a user interface scene. What's the difference between a user interface scene and a 2D scene? I'm gonna make this main menu. And if we go back to our flow, we're going to have two different options. We're going to have windowed or resolution if I can. And then we're going to have audio sliders as well. I'm a little nervous about that. I hope GameMaker 2D has an easy way to do that. Or GameMaker 2D, what am I saying? That Godot has an easy way to do that. I was obviously thinking of GameMaker because when I had to do that for miasma theory, it was kind of a big pain. You want user interface probably as it'll use control types. I mean, can I add control types into a 2D scene though? Like, what's the difference? I believe you. That's why I'm gonna like go do that. But don't save. Okay. I'm curious to understand it better. New scene. User interface. And you will add child node. And your node, we're gonna have a sprite. And that'll just be our logo. And for now, I'll just bring in this as a placeholder. Blah, 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 blah. Great. And then we will do, that'd be kind of fun to have overload like over here as a character. It'd be kind of fun. So overload sprite. And then we'll add in another sprite, which will be our logo. Where's logo? Oh, we don't have a texture on it yet, right? I mean, we'll just whatever, throw that there. Right aligned, and then have overload be like full height here. UI versus 2D scene can be used to do a 2D platformer on directly, etc., but I think it's purely semantic. But I would trust Thornity over me on this. Okay. Told you too much, GameMaker. 2D fighters. Oh my goodness. Okay. So we're gonna add some buttons. We add buttons. I know I planned for that. But would it... No, we're not going to do button. We're not going to make a new scene for this. We're just going to add buttons. So button 1 will be audio. And we're going to change type. This is going to be a checkbox. And we'll just have a simple on-off audio. And then we're going to have a new one, another new one, and that will be windowed. Okay. And then we're going to add a new button, which will be right there. This is going to be quit. Then we're going to add a new button, which will be play. Because I can just duplicate that one, huh? Play. That'll be our primary button. This will be our last one. Okay, so quit. And then play. Okay. We're also going to want some sort of background sprite for this, too. So let's add that in. Add child node sprite. Sprite. And your texture is going to be, I don't know, we'll just do this as a placeholder. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. My understanding is control allows for anchoring the position to its parent control or the to the parent control or the current view. It also inherits from canvas item. Control allows for anchoring the position to its parent control or the current view. Okay. So like in this sort of an instance, it sounds like it doesn't really matter, right? Because we don't really care about the anchoring. Like, it's going to be the entire viewport anyways. But if we were pulling in, like, the menu options as a scene, then that would probably matter more, right? I always put my UI stuff inside of canvas layer, because then it is the positioning of the canvas itself. This way, if the camera moves, UI will still be in the correct position. Sure, that makes sense. It just sounds kind of unnecessary for a menu, right? When you're not dealing with the viewport moving around or anything like that, right? Am I understanding that right? Okay. This is all super gross. It looks very gross. That's fine. It's perfectly fine. So now, my question is... let me save this real quick. Main menu. Control stuff can be more confusing than regular Godot stuff, because there's a whole system about children using their parents' size and position to calculate their own positions and size. Okay. So look forward to learning that. That may actually kind of like make a certain amount of sense to me, because that sounds like a lot of the tools that I've worked in of, using atomic components to build out larger organisms. For this, if the camera isn't moving, YOLO. Love it. Okay. So now I need to like hook some stuff up, right? I need to add a script here to transition the scene. So we'll attach a script, main menu, and we need the funkiest of scene transitions. So this will be we'll do play, and then it will be we have to preload the scene in, right? Get tree dot scene. No, go to no. Get tree dot go to no. Change scene to file, and then we will go to fight scene. I can fumble my way around enough. Where's the fight scene? There it is. Fight scene 1. Can I just do that? Lovely. I want it to be more like CSS, says Amanusis. Okay. Thornity. An example would be imagined in this game. After X points, the camera zooms out, and the circles are spawning in a larger area. Yeah. All your UI placement would be shifted now, right? Yeah. Yeah, so GameMaker has something like that as well of draw... They have a GUI layer, a draw GUI layer. And it acts really weirdly, because you can't interact with it at all. It's just visual. So you have to then do manual click detection, which is really frustrating. And it sounds like Godot does not suffer from that, which is great. I like that. I like that a lot. Okay. So we've got that. We need to hook it up. So node, pressed, pick, play, go, connect. That's a lot of clicks. We need another func for quit. And I believe there's a built-in function for this, right? Like, is it like game end? Get end, set end. It doesn't sound right. None of these are looking quite right. Game exit? No. All right. Godot 4, how do you quit? Godot 4, how close game. Canvas layer plus children in Godot is dope. You design in your little purple area in the editor, and it'll always look that way on the screen. That's really nice. So it'll like handle resolution scaling for you and everything. Get tree.quit. Okay. Get tree.quit. Is that right? That's pretty old information. I'm not totally sure that's correct. Is Godot 4 stable now? Okay, quitting. Get tree quit. Okay. And then there's a bunch of asterisk stuff for mobile screens, and we're not dealing with that. Okay. The positioning will be handled. Resolution is in the project settings with different options to stretch, adaptive, etc. Very cool. Very cool. So then, quit. We need to hook you up onto quit. Oh, right. I gotta save. Jeez. Connect. No, wait, no. All right. Whatever. We'll just replace it. It's fine. Godot 4 is not stable now. Godot 4.2 is, though. There you go. Okay. So we've got play, we've got quit. Let's we need to make this the root scene. Would that be like in project settings? Is there like a scene? I swear I've seen a button to do this where you can say like, make this scene the primary one, the first one. I know there's a way to do this. It is in the project setting. I just can't remember which submenu. Okay. Oh, initial screen? That's size. Ah, there we go. On run, go to main menu. Lovely. Application run. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let's test this out. Okay. Wow. I'm so excited. Overload is there. He's so cool. I can't wait to grow up and be Overload. Okay, quit worked. Play works. Awesome. This is great. Okay. Now we need to do the audio. And I'm hoping Godot has a more built-in, easy way to do audio options and windowed options and stuff. Because, man, that was a huge pain to do in GameMaker. Can't wait to grow up and be Overload, the neurodiverse experience. Cubis, it's a little too close to home. I'm going to have to ban you for a little bit. I'm sure you understand. It's just too overloading for me. Okay. Google search for how do you do volume sliders? We have audio documentation. I don't want to record. I want to do text to speech. Audio bus, maybe? Godot's audio processing code has been written with games in mind, with the aim of achieving an optimal balance between performance and sound quality. Godot's audio engine allows any number of audio buses to be created, and any number of effect processors can be added to each bus. Only the hardware of the device running your game will limit the number of buses and effects that can be used before performance starts to suffer. Okay. Decibel scale. I mean, this is good. This is what I'm looking for. Decibel scale sounds good. So can we, like, edit an audio bus? So, like, function, audio toggle. And we can do audio bus. Oh, is that a node? Looking for a bit, cooking dinner? No worries, Alistios. You have a great dinner. I hope it's frabjous. No. Bus? No. Darn. Okay. So what was this thing that I found? Audio bus layout? What is this? Stores information about the audio buses. Stores position, muting, solo, bypass, effects, effect position, volume, and the connections between them. That sounds like we're on track. Audio bus dot mute? Like, can I just do that? You need an audio streamer first, I think. Audio tab all the way at the bottom. Ah, I see. Okay, very cool. Okay. Okay. So then we can add effects. That's cool. Nice. I'm sure this is all going to be very rad. Audio is my weakest part of design. I've never paid attention to audio in my life. Okay. That is the Autobus Master. You can mute that individually. Okay. I mean, I'd love to have, like, a scale. Is there a way I could add a slider? Like, can I add a slider? Oh, so great. Oh, not a vertical slider, though. We want a H slider. Add child node, H slider, and I'm assuming that I'll be able to pass in that value somehow into the audio bus. You can also add new buses and mute them the same way. Yeah. So min value 0, max value 100 to count 1. Display ticks for minimum max values. No, we don't really need that for the audio slider. Oh, that's so cool. Okay. That's the amount of visual ticks that you get. Nice. Yeah, we'll set that to 0. Audio slider tutorial. Thank you, Cubus. This is perfect. Thank you. So we can have a different bus for the background music, a different bus for the sound effects, and then a different bus for master, right? No Automata yeah. Okay. All right. Let's do this. We'll just make a simple audio slider. We're not going to do background and sound effects and everything because, like, I don't have very much time today. I usually set up an audio stream player as an auto loader for a global auto player. I make a control node slider, -60 to 20, and then access the global auto with global auto later.volume dB equals slider. Usually set up an audio stream player. Audio stream player. Oops. Audio, is that a node? Audio stream player. Okay. And this is an auto. Tom Sutton. Hello. How's my favorite Poochie? Tom Sutton, how are you? Good to see you. How was your stream, friend? Small ghost, big... What? Small ghost, big thought. Yo. How you doing? Good to see you. We're learning some Godot in here. We're working on my Game Jam submission for the Fox Hollow Game Jam. It is due on Wednesday. And we have pushed through on the core functionality. And we are now trying to build... Oh, yeah, this is... I've broken many things. Halt. Hold on. Let me fix this up so we can actually run the game. I'm going through and doing the UX pass. So building in menus, making sure that things are all called correctly. And the idea is you have these symbols that fall down, and this is how you interact with the sort of dungeon crawl fight mechanics. So red dots deal damage, blue dots do block, yellow builds mana, purple activates your spell, and you're trying to beat this supervillain. And you have to click on these dots before the timer runs out, where the supervillain will do their special, Slay the Spire style things. Like now, they're going to build a bouncy peg on my board. That's going to make it harder for me to click on things. So now when things hit that, they're going to bounce off. Just like that. And, they should probably make multiples of those. I don't know. We're going to do all the polish next week for the last 3 days. But that's the basic idea. You go through this, you beat the bad guy. We need to reset armor too. And once you beat the bad guy, then you move on to picking a relic that will give you some sort of passive benefit. And from there, you move on to another fight. And then once you get that fight over with, then that's the end of the demo for the game jam. So that's what we're working on. Tom, stream was okay playing modded Final Fantasy VII. That's right. I remember you showing that to me a little bit ago. And this is like original Final Fantasy VII, right? This isn't there we go. There's our terrible relic screen. This isn't Rebirth, right, or anything? Because you make games for the Game Boy. You don't go for the newfangled stuff. You get enough of that at work, I'm sure. Original Final Fantasy, nice, very cool, very cool. Okay, yeah, welcome in, Raiders. It's wonderful to have you all here. Come on in. Okay, so I need to add this audio player as an auto load. Which means that the audio stream player needs to be its own scene, right? Have it all modded with new textures and widescreen backgrounds. That's super cool. So you don't go wacky on your mods. You don't do like, and then Darth Maul shows up. You enhance the experience. You gracefully and elegantly bring it into a new age. Its own script. Oh, it only needs its own script. It doesn't need to be its own scene? Okay, great. So we'll make the audio stream player 2D script, and then we can auto-load it. Somewhere over the rainbow. If I can find it soon. Jeez. Where are you? You're right here. Why weren't you just in, like, the root? Oh. Default bus layout dot trace. Trace? Default bus layout trace? ¿Qué pues? ¿Y eso por qué? You don't have to add that as an auto load. You can keep it like that. Auto load is one way to do it, but not necessarily the simplest. Oh, okay. Interesting. It's just a juge for the original game with some interesting rebalancing. Oh, very cool. It can be in the root tree, but I wasn't sure what kind of code he was doing, if he was doing. I'm not sure what kind of code I'm doing. Am I doing code? There is a toot for it. Okay. This is another one. Very cool. Okay. So we just need to turn the scene into an auto load. Okay. Okay. So let me bring in this tutorial that you've kindly sent me. This is great. GD Quest? Godot 4 courses launching in early access starting January 30th. Like 2025, or is this just that old? Okay. H slider, create a new scene with an H slider, rename it to volume slider, set the node's max value to 1, and step to a low value like 0. Why to 1? Why not just set it to 100? I'm sure there's a reason for it. I'm just curious. So we have our audio slider. Well, welcome in, Tom. I've loved seeing the updates you've been posting on Patchy. Yeah, Patchy. It's looking so good, man. It's looking great. I'm sure your publisher is thrilled with it. Really depends on what audio this is supposed to play. Effects can be on the same node, for example. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Really, this is just going to be the master bus, frankly. We're just going to have all audio up or down. That's what we're going for, if that makes sense. Fuzzy Buzzy, you're not new. Get in here, you silly puppet. How are you? How are you doing today, Fuzzy? Okay. So we need to change the gosh. The step is like 0.05, they said, right? Something really small. We want a value of 1 to represent 100%, but why not just do 100? Audio volume is measured in decibels, logarithmic scale. An increase of 3 decibels doubles the volume, so it's hard to work directly with the scale. GDScript has 2 built-in functions to help us turn decibels into a linear scale in the 0 to 1 range and back. Well, okay, there you go. There's your answer, Joe. Okay. Add a new script to the volume slider node. Yes, tutorial overload. Overload. You can tell my mind's been in a place. Overlord. Yes, as you wish. And then the idea here is that we sync the volume slider value to the audio bus volume, right? So we need to know which audio bus it syncs to. For that, we can export a string variable that represents the audio bus name. Okay, export var audio bus name as equal to master. Okay. So at export var master bus. We do have ads starting in just a second. The bell tolls. We'll be back. Don't go anywhere. It's good to have you all here. Master? Is that gonna work? Well, that's what they say in the tutorial. And Godot isn't yelling at me, so I'm gonna assume that's gonna be good. We will pause. We'll be right back. And welcome back. Welcome back, welcome back. Let's dive in. Oh, and there's the camera settings again. Rearing its head. Okay, there we go. Has he learned about ad export? Yes. Yes, we have. We have learned about export. Yes, absolutely. It's great. So, I mean, that's a good point. We are doing an export, right? So we have it as a resource now, right? We can just change that. It doesn't hook up to a bus, though, which is unfortunate. I'd love to have that as just a drop down. Okay. You can access and manage audio buses on the audio tab at the bottom of the editor. From there, you know the name of the audio bus you want to sync. By default, the volume slider syncs to the master bus. Sure. Since we can only set the volume of an audio bus using its index, we need to retrieve its index by requesting it. By requesting the audio server to find the audio bus index using the audio bus name. We can do that using an onReady variable, which they're doing right here. So onReady variable bus as audio server.getBusIndex audio bus name. Okay. I mean, that it seems a little circuitous, but it makes sense. Get exported, you node. Get in, node. We're exporting. All right. So on ready, var bus colon equals, and then what's the syntax here? Audio server dot get bus. This definitely feels like I'm swimming in deep waters, and I can see there's a lot you could probably do here that I am not going to be taking advantage of. Okay. Unexpected identifier. What am I messing up here? Oh, wait, no. That's not right. What am I messing up here? Is it at onReady? Yeah. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So we're setting a master name. And this is weird. This is just a text label. So this does not connect anything in and of itself. This is just text. And then we are saying, look in here. So theoretically, we could just do master here, right? Like, we don't necessarily need this to be an export variable. We could just say get bus index master. It's less flexible, I guess. It's less easy to change. But it would work, right? Right when the slider is ready, we seek its value to the audio bus volume. Of course, converting the volume to linear. We need to change the bus volume. Okay, so this is our in the ready. So on ready, we are saying value equals db2. So I'm assuming this is for like Godot 3 because things are a little bit different here. So db to linear, audio server dot get bus volume db, I'm assuming, at where we have gotten it. Sheesh. Okay, so we're setting the slider's value. That's what that is. That's a pre-built value for the slider. A pre-built variable for a slider. So value equals transforming this decibel, get bus volume decibel of this bus call, and then converting that to linear. Okay. So this is going to change our slider to what our volume currently is. Got it. And then we need to change the bus volume every time our volume slider value changes. So let's connect its value changed signal to itself. Here we renamed the signal callback to on value changed. Okay, so node on audio slider, and it will be drag what? Entered? Value changed? Let's do value changed, right? That makes sense. Yeah, okay, that's what the tutorial says to do as well. Okay, on connect. They are getting the bus volume in decibels. Or no, they're setting bus volume decibels. And then they pass in which bus, and then they do linear 2 decibel of value, whatever the value on the slider is. Okay, this is seeming, I mean, it's kind of a lot to do, but it all makes sense. It just feels kind of like there's extra steps that could maybe be simplified down somehow. So we're going to do audio server dot volume dot set bus volume. Yeah. And we are doing bus. And then the value is linear 2 dB of value. Did I get that right? Bus not declared. Oh. Wait. Darn it. Okay, hold on. You need to get disconnected. You're in the wrong place. We're in the wrong script. Here. Connect. There we go. Now that's all making more sense. Okay. Lovely. Lovely jubbly. Okay. I think that just works. So we can delete the audio checkbox, bring the audio slider over here, hit play, and I can go to my audio tab. Oh, we've got a bunch of errors right out of the gate. Failed to instantiate an auto load. Path is not pointing to a scene or script. Default bus layout. Okay. Sounds like I don't need to do that. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe I do need to fix that. Let's go to our audio tab, and then are we going to see this dynamically change? No. Okay, so let's go back to our script. We're going to say on change, we're going to print audio server dot get bus volume dot get bus volume db. Yeah. Too few arguments. Well, I just want to know what the volume is. Do I have to like pass in the bus? That's probably what I got to do. Yeah, there you go. Okay, let's try this. Let's rerun it just in case. Yeah, we're not printing anything. Save it and retry? No printing. Quit. Okay. So what problem are we running into here? Are we running this code? No. No, we're not. We are not running the code. Because you're looking at this script instead. Darn it. There we go. Let's try it again. Audio. Okay, I'm not seeing it adjust the bus dynamically, but let's try throwing in that print. Let's try again. Oh, right. We need a pass here. Okay. So it's running. It's running. I need a way to verify if that's happening, though. Like I need a way to verify that these numbers are representing a volume actually changing. Well, I mean, I guess we are getting the bus volume, right? So it's not like we're getting some other value that we're storing in the bus. That is the bus value. So I think that's it, right? I think we got it. Okay. Cool. We need to change the bus volume every time our volume slider. Okay, there we have it. An easy way. That's it? Is that it? Sliders in Godot don't lose focus automatically when we stop interacting with them, which can cause some unexpected behaviors. Connect the mouse exited signal directly to the built-in release focus method to ensure that as soon as the mouse is out of the volume slider, it loses the focus and stuff. Okay. That's a good idea. This sounds like a good idea to me. Mouse exited, connect. Now we are going to do pick. And we can do not script methods only. And we want release focus. Focus. There's a lot of focus. There we go. Connect. There you go. Okay. Okay. Hey. We're getting it. We're getting it done. Look at this. We're building game. Game is built. This is great. Okay. Lovely. Cubus, thank you for that wonderful tutorial. That was very helpful. So that's done. Good. Although we're not going to do music and sound effects. We're striking those out we're just going to do audio in general. Okay. Bloop. So now we need to do windowed or not. So let's look this up. Godot for how make windowed option or full screen option, because we're starting in windowed. One quick. Small Ghost, Big Thought, thank you so much for the follow. Sorry, one quick second. I just heard someone tell a child to ask me something. I'll be right back. Snacks from the rift in space-time. That is right. I will devour those during break time. All right, yeah. Small Ghost, Big Thought, thank you so much for hanging out with us. It's a pleasure to have you here. We're looking up how to do windowed or full screen resolution. Add a display server class. Use window set mode along with relevant window mode. This sounds like it could be not quite so complicated. Creating a full screen button in Godot 4. That sounds good.
To AFK.
Go away, ads. Okay. Oh, thank you, sweetheart. Have a great time, you guys. I love you. Yeah, okay. We'll see ya. Yeah, I will. Okay. Frabjous. Let's do this.
Toggle button in Godot. Start by opening up the scene that you want to add the button to. Next, add a check button to the scene and give it some text that says full screen. After that, select your button, head on over to Node on the right hand side and select Signals. Go down to the toggle signal, double click it and connect it to a script. Inside the signal function, we're going to put this line of code which checks if the button is enabled.
Isn't that the whole point of... whatever.
Equal to true. If it is enabled, then we're going to use this line of code to set the display mode to be full screen.
Display server dot window set mode. Display server window mode full screen. Is that all built in? That sounds like a lot of variables and like we're referencing ourselves and weird. Is that really right? So we have our windowed checkbox. And we want when toggled on, right? Because it's already going to handle the checking behavior natively, right? We already know what state we're in. So we'll just connect to our parent, I guess. Sure. On windowed toggled. Can it be as simple as just saying this? Display server. Okay, that's built in. That's promising. Dot window set mode. And then what are the parameters we're setting here? Mode, window mode, and window ID. Sets window mode for the given window to mode. Okay. See window mode for possible values and how each mode behaves. Setting the window to full screen forcibly sets the borderless flag to true. So make sure to set it back to false when not wanted. That's good to know. Windowed mode, 0. Windowed mode minimized, 1. Windowed mode maximized, 2. Okay. And then Windows mode 3 is full screen. Okay. So, display server. So we do window set mode. Sets window mode for the given window to mode. And window ID. So we need to do our mode first, which is 3. And then window ID. Is that just display server? Invalid argument. Should be int. Okay. Int equals 0. How do I know what window ID I have? I mean, is 0 just like default? Can I just assume that? Can I just say 0? There are several layers of abstractions in Godot. Nodes are the high level and very simple to use. Servers are the low level and more complex, but also more powerful. Okay. Hey, look at that. Great, that worked. 0 is the main window. Okay. I don't know what the other windows might be, but very cool. Great, this is awesome. Look at us. We're diving in. We're learning some deeper the old lore. This is great. So, I'm assuming, first off, we need to change this to be full screen. And rename this full screen. Because I want it to launch in window mode. I feel like for a game jam, that's appropriate. Did the music turn off? I did, yes. Because we were watching that tutorial. You can use get viewport and get the window ID from it. Okay. All right. Cool. Thank you. So we're setting full screen to the main window, and now we need to say when it's off. When you toggle it off. Is it going to be as simple as toggled on and then off? No. Because we still need to... We need like an if in here, right? Game Jam thing, though, doesn't matter for a web build. It's true. It's true. It is something I want to learn, though. So it's this parameter that we're passing in. So on window toggle, can I not control click you? It's annoying. I guess I get why, but I'd like to open documentation on something. Okay. Emitted when the button was just toggled between the pressed and normal states. Only if toggle mode is active. The new state is contained in the toggled on argument. So do I then say like if toggled on? Do that, else, and then set that all to 1. Oh, colon, dang it. Shoot. I've been doing so good on that today. I've been doing so good on the colon. That minimized it. And it's windowed, to be fair. Let's try that. Full screen. Still full screen. Darn it. All right. What are our modes? Windowed. 0. I had it right. Okay. There we go. I think I had that wrong. I was setting it to like the window ID was wrong. Okay, hey, look at that. We have options. We have our volume getting set. We have our full screen being set. We can hit play and go through a full level. Look at that. Look at it. Lovely. That's all done. That whole purple line is done. This is so great. Oh man. Although I am realizing we need to have a on our quit scene or our congratulations scene. We need to have we need to copy these. Whatever. We'll just return to the main menu. Game over. Attach script. We'll just add a button. Go simple. Add child node button to take us back to the main menu. And this will be return to main menu. Inspector. Return to main menu. No, we don't need return to. Main menu. Okay. And then we attach a script over to here. We're gonna actually, whatever. Okay, I'm just constantly going back and forth on how much effort do I really want to put in. Funky jazz this time. Go to. No, we'll do the same name. Return to main menu. : and we will do get tree dot scene, change scene to file, and we will go to the main menu. There it is. Okay. That should be good. Let's go from this scene. I love that shortcut, by the way. Let's drag that down there.
I remember my dreams.
Main menu. No, it's not working. Debugger, what's going on? Failed to instantiate an auto load. Path is not pointing to a scene or a script. Oh, that's our audio bus thing. I don't think is doing anything, right? We can probably just delete it. And then, where's our game over? Here we go. Still getting errors. Failed to instantiate an auto load. Oh, because we're still referring to it. Yeah, delete that. Okay, good. No more errors. But we have yet to hook up this button, I'm realizing. On pressed, go to script methods only. Return to main menu. Connect. Main menu. Good! Yes! Now we just need a game over screen for when you die. So in fight scene and fight scene 2, I'm realizing this is a problem. That's very unsustainable. We'll have to fix that if we ever build this out more. Guess we can do it in the player, huh? In the player script. Funk. Well, I guess we don't even need that, do we? We can just throw it on Funk Process, right? Or just when we take damage. Let's just do it in there. In our actor parent, we're doing this. And so we can just, when the actor parent goes, we need to check if HP is less than or equal to 0, and then we just quit, right? If player dot, then we could do game dot quit. Shoot, what was that in the main menu? Get tree quit. That's what it is. Okay. So if we now go to our player and we set the player's HP to 0, that's not working. What if we set the villains? What if we set Ohm's damage to like 1,000? Let's go to our fight scene. Grab our villain. Villain parent. And your attack is now 1,000. Congratulations. You got a big boost. Go. Good. We're starting on attack. Okay. Invalid get index HP on base null instance. Darn it. So that is not working. It is $ player. Do I have a value wrong? No, it's HP. What's going on? Why is that not working? What am I doing? There's an easier way to do this. Wait, no. I need to... This should be checking it, right? But I guess the actor parent isn't actually in the node tree, right? And that's our problem. So we need to detect if this is the player node. So is there some sort of like get node name? Get name? Get node? What does get node do? It's a node path. And that's not really what we want to check. I'd like to do it in the actor parent, but maybe we can't. When are we damaging the player? Because the player isn't calling damage. Is the villain calling damage? They are. They're calling damage. But is the player really not? It's weird. Energize, block, superpower. And then the actor parent. Man. Cricket with the raid. Hello, Cricket. Welcome in. How are you? It's so good to see you. How have you been? How was your stream today? I want to hear all about it. Welcome in, Raiders. While Cricket is responding, we are a charitable enterprise devoted to helping people develop the skill sets they need to enter the game industry. So we're doing that right now by hosting our very first ever game jam that's specifically devoted around building skill sets in people. We have a theme that's based around a human-computer design interaction principle. We've got, we just did our critique day today, where people could bring their projects in and get feedback. And yeah, it's been a great time. So I'm building my own project right now. I never get to raid you. I know, schedules and whatnot. So good to see you. How are you doing? How's Miss Cricket? How's the dog? It's a nice way to say we lure people into a life of suffering and pain, but fun. Ghost Realis, thank you so much for the follow. It is lovely to have you here. I'm sorry, that was all probably very loud with the microphone. I apologize. Right now, we have a game that is very ugly. We're going to spend the next 3 days, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, polishing this all up. and getting real graphics and everything in here, refining typography and all that. But the idea of this game is you have these falling blocks, and you need to click on the blocks to do things. So we have our superhero Overload on the left, and we have the villain Ohm on the right, and he is going to do blocking on his turn. On our turn, we have this timer that tells us how long we have to click on these symbols in order to make things happen. And so red dots are damage, blue dots are armor, yellow is mana, and purple is superpower. So we're trying to beat down the villain as much as we possibly can. And we had Chain Lightning on there. When we beat the villain, then we go into choosing our relic to superpower ourselves up. We go into another fight, and that'll be the end of the game jam. So that's all that. It is lovely to see you all in here. She's doing good. Just getting ready for a month of Norse Punk. Devro, that ain't ugly. That's retro. Thank you. Norse Punk. What's Norse Punk? Yeah, I know Norse Punk as like an aesthetic. What is Norse Punk? Like as a proper noun. A tactical RPG. Oh, okay. Oh, by you! It's the game that you're building. I haven't seen this yet. The last time I saw you working on a game was the train game. Okay, this is cool. Norse Punk struts around. Very cool. I see. I see real big boy animation stuff going on in there. That's awesome. Very cool. Wow, you've been working on this for a while, since December, and so you're kind of returning to this and building it all out. That's super cool. Made with Godot. There you go. Nice. Thank you so much for sharing that. My gosh. Very cool. So we have one last thing we're trying to do today in order to have the menu systems all work, which is when the player dies, we need to trigger a game over screen. And I'm, for some reason, struggling to find a way to do that in a way that isn't, like, awful. Longer than that. Oh, wow. I mean, that's true. That would have just been the first build posted up on itch, right? That's a good point. That's thrilling. I can't wait to see how that continues to grow. We'll snooze the ads one last time. I'm using my final ad snooze on you guys, but you're worth it. Settle in. Get comfy. We got a few more minutes. Okay. I started working on a tabletop RPG and tactical RPG in Godot as well. Super cool, Amadeus. I didn't know that. What are you building as a tactical RPG? How many advanced algorithms are being used in your tactical RPG? Perhaps a coffin and a group of individuals mourning the deceased player gets super dark for the kill screen? Oh my goodness. Cricket, you're thinking beyond me right now. I'm just trying to think of how do I hook this up? How do I get that scene transition? How do I detect when the player HP is 0? Because unfortunately, I have the villain and the player both going up to a parent actor. So like I need to I mean, I could just put it in the process, but I want to avoid that if I can. You know? Like, I could say, if HP is less than or equal to 0, then, do that. But I don't want to do that, because that feels gross. Oh, colon! Dang it! Yeah, Cricket does stream. Oh, I'm really falling behind on my shout-out responsibilities. Go follow Cricket. Godot developer doing really cool stuff. Was making a game for his 5-year-old and has made some overlays and stuff. Cricket does a lot of really cool dev work. Definitely go follow Cricket. Reorganizing the stream past couple of days. Okay, very cool. Did Cricket drop here? No, Peak Orley. You have found your way here. Welcome. No, Cricket did give us a raid in. Yeah, it's good to have you here. Welcome in. So, like, I can do this. It's just, I'm sure that's not the right way to do it. The quote-unquote right way, but it'll work. All right, they're going to throw pegs on the board. Great. We got to wait for the timer. We'll just, deep breaths. Start another turn. Another peg. Sheesh. And like I said, over the next 3 days, we're gonna fine-tune feel, we're gonna fine-tune graphics, build actual graphics in, bring in our audio assets, all that sort of stuff, make it look and feel much better. He's doing block. My goodness. Blocking for 0? Is that right? There we go. There's an attack. No, it's not right. So that label is messed up. Gotta fix that. Here's an attack for 1,000. We're dead. Hey! There we go. So we don't want to just quit. We want to go to scene, change scene to file. And it is going to be, we'll do game over, but that's not really what we want. We need to copy the game over, duplicate the game over scene. Duplicate. Player dead. And then for your scene, instead you will say rip. You've inspired me, Cricket. How dare you? Okay, play, go. Good, and we got attack right out of the gate. Good. Damage. Go to the game over screen. Yeah! Woohoo! Oh my goodness. P. Gorley, thank you so much for the follow. Is that a silent G? Is it poorly? Or is it Gorley? Or is it Pagorley? Inquiring minds want to know. We need to add a label to our main menu so that it's understood that you are going into, that you're modifying volume. Gotta do that real quick. Add child node, label. Doop. And you are going to be volume. And once again, we're gonna fix this all up later. We're gonna make it all better. Let me check this against the original UI wireframes that I did. Okay. So we've got I accidentally swapped these things around. Hold on. So we need to bring these over. We need to bring you in. Shrink. Can I hold on? Texts, font size. Just do that much, and you will be centered. We'll bring the volume slider, and then we've got our full screen option. And we've got quit. It's all very cramped, but that's okay. We'll fix it. So we have play options, and we're changing the options to quit, or the options just to have them on screen. There's no read to. We don't want to do a whole nother screen here. Following even though CC box is covering your face. Oh shoot. It's probably for the best. Anyways, let's be real. No one needs to see my face. And I think that is the menu. Yeah. Kind of felt better the other way around, but whatever. This is the thing we're going with. Okay. Hey, guys, we did it. We did it. We've got a full end-to-end playable options created prototype. Absolutely amazing. Wow. Not too bad from literally knowing nothing about Godot last week. I'm feeling very happy about this. I've made a ton of progress since all this. This is incredible. Let's get our dopamine on, shall we? Bow. All right. Wonderful. Well, now, unfortunately, with that Cricket raid, thank you once again, Cricket. Unfortunately, that's going to be the end of my stream here today. We're going to go raid out as well, though. Get ready for some whiplash raiding. You know, we're just going all over. We're going to raid Cedelix, who is doing awesome work. They are a cool VTuber. Thank you, Devro, for the follow. I appreciate it. Tom, I know, I thought about Tom, but I raid Tom a bunch. But you convinced me, Cricket. Tom's a good guy. Let's go raid him. He deserves it. And with that being said, we will see you all on Monday when we will continue on. We'll start in on the polish phase of this whole thing. And Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we'll be polishing. And then Wednesday, we're going to be streaming all day long. All day until midnight for the final submission. And then I'm going to take it easy. And we'll play through all the submissions. It'll be a good time. We're gonna go dive in. So, with that being said, thank you so much for hanging out. Have a wonderful rest of your weekend, and we will see you on Monday. Good luck with your jam submissions, and we'll see you next time. We would, if I remembered to click start the raid, so that the timer was actually going when I was doing the outro. Now we're all just gonna have to sit here awkwardly for a few seconds, and I just